Hello, welcome everybody to the Conquest Clash number 2. I'm so happy to be able to run another event like this. We have 4 great players willing to show off a whole bunch of different teams and strategies for everybody. And I am joined here by the wonderful Kim. Kim, hello. Introduce yourself. Say hi.
Hi, it's me, Kim. I'm super stoked to see this. Big fan of all the players attending this clash. Really lucky to have them.
Yep, and just that, gonna go right into that and talk about some of these players here. So again, this is a small invitational tournament with a few twists. And again, we invited 4 players for this event. Frosty, Knight, Wacky Worms, also known as WW, and of course Dino. I am so happy, Kim, you were able to put together a lot of cool little snippets about each one of the players, and I like also here we have some self-described play styles from the players here, just to kind of get a feel of what their vibe is, how they approach the game and everything. So for Frosty here, kind of a up-and-coming player, I would say. Self-describes as versatile balance teams, but definitely has come up with some unique but still very aggressive teams. We've seen the quick trap and slap, I believe is the name of the team, but using some blitz swift, using some Albrax, using some flash. Definitely seen some cool stuff.
I think Frosty was also using Albrax and Whiplash before they were cool, right? Like right now, they're so used that they're actually banned for the upcoming bash because people were complaining about them so much. But no, Frosty's been using them for months now. Yeah, and honestly, I think that was definitely a big advantage of knowing how those beasties worked so well before they became popular, and honestly, probably helped popularize them to some extent. Moving on, we got Knight. Knight, a player who's been around for a while, has actually been able to top cut a few of the different Heatwave tournaments. Self-describes as having a resilient offensive play style. You can see the little crawler picture there. Definitely been trying to push the crawler agenda. One of those beasties that hasn't really seen a whole lot of mainstream usage, but has some really powerful options. And I don't know, definitely has some really interesting teams that I like seeing. Oh yeah, like crawler it has some fans, but by and large, it's seen as pretty mediocre by most of the PvP scene, I'd say. But Knight in general is really good about sticking by his guns when it comes to a beastie or any strategy he believes in. And another thing that I find interesting about him actually is that he has a lot of beasties that he finds quote unquote morally wrong to use, on his part at least. Like he told me before this clash started that he had actually only caught maybe around 60 beasties in the game even. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what unique stuff he's got to bring for this bash, or for this clash, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too, for sure. All right, moving on, the Wacky Worms, also known as WW. Self-describes as control aggro, which is all seemingly an oxymoron, but definitely has a very well-known play style of not doing a lot of boosting and big attacks that you think of like normal aggro teams. Has a little bit more of a controlled play style, but has so many different sources of indirect damage, and most notably Dread. Wacky Worms loves to use Dread. It seems to be every time we see a Heatwave team, a team from them, in the Heatwave or whatever, or even in the bashes, it almost always has Dread on there. And again, thrown in there with, your usual other sources of indirect damage like Sweaty or Quake, but definitely has a very specific play style. But again, with this event, I'll get to the more details later, but each of these players had to bring multiple teams, so I'm really curious to see how WW branched out and came up with other teams for this event.
I think more so than the other players, Wacky Worms really relies on
like you said, sources of indirect damage, not only Dread, but also Quake, Sweat. And for those reasons, he usually prioritizes setting up those sources of indirect damage before really scoring. So he often goes down at the start of matches, I've noticed. But at the end, you'll see that there's nothing that the opponent can do all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like everything is sweaty, everything is drained. The field has Quake.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, because especially if you're used to a 2-point format, which is the way the Big Boom Bashes are, you're used to it just being fast-paced, hyper offense, everybody likes to say, but lots of boosting, lots of trying to score by just knocking out an opponent's beastie, right? But
yeah,
in 3-point games, you can afford to lose 2 points first if you can just wipe their entire team. And then it doesn't matter if you only do 1 damage with each attack. If everybody on the other team is wiped, it doesn't matter. So that's the sort of game plan that Wacky Worms goes for with all those other sources of damage. So, yeah. Anyways, moving on to Dino, our final player here. Almost needs no introduction, right? The previous Conquest Clash previous Conquest Clash 1 winner, and also winner of the last Heatwave. Dino, I like how Dino self-described as having a playstyle of sports crimes, which is really funny. But I've been really curious to see how Dino has evolved over time. Because
Dino's team building has been described as completely alien to Greg and Damien, like this game's balancing team.
Yeah.
And I think most of us find his teams really unique. I mean, that's why he's here.
Yep. Yeah, but it's not even necessarily like Frosty or Wacky Worms, where like they kind of had their exact play style and they've just kind of like slightly tweaked over time. Dino has, I feel like, gone through a huge evolution since like early access first came out all the way to now, because there's been there've tons of balance changes and new moves added and that kind of things, but like there's just so many fundamentally different teams that we've seen come out of Dino, and so many of them have been like surprisingly strong, at least to me. And I'm just I'm always constantly impressed with what Dino's able to come up with. So I'm excited to see what we see today. So
yeah, Dino's really good at adapting. I think, and I would say he's the favorite going into this. He's won. The last time he encountered each of his opponents here, he won. So
yep.
Yeah, plus the results that you mentioned, he won the last Conquest Clash.
Yep. And the last Heatwave, and definitely recently has had probably the most success. Probably the player to be in this event. But again, this is a very different format. It's not one team. These players team up with 3 teams. And with that, I want to transition to what is the tournament format. So this is a 2-day event. Obviously, we're live now, but we are going to be live tomorrow at the same time. We got our 4 players, and this is a double elimination tournament. So even if somebody loses a match today, that's okay. They're just going to be in the losers bracket tomorrow. And there's 3 unique teams per player. So this is not like, a normal event where you just pick your one team and you stick with that the whole time. Nope. Each one of these players had to come up with 3 unique teams, which means no duplicate beasties between those teams. So every player could just use a beastie once, which makes it much harder to come up with not just 1, not just 2, solid teams that can win against a variety of matchups, but 3 with no duplicate beasties. So this really is supposed to encourage diversity, show us stuff that we haven't seen before, that you might not see in other circumstances. And for each one of our matches here, each player has to win with all of their teams. So they got to win with all 3 teams to be able to win the match. So it's best of 5. And first player to win with all 3 of their teams will win the match.
4 great players, 12 great teams. And like you said, we're going to see a lot of diversity, hopefully. This tournament format is really testing their team building ability. And yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of great high-level balling due to the double elimination format too.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, we want to make sure we get plenty of matches in there. And again, I want to just show off the bracket here to show what this double elimination is going to look like here.
Ooh,
so,
let's see.
Yep. So the first match we're going to have here is Dino versus Knight. And second match we're going to have is Wacky Worms versus Frosty. So again, just showing the bracket off for the whole tournament. So today we're just going to be going through all the winners bracket matches. So what that means is the matches I just mentioned. So all those round 1 matches, you know, we're going to have 2 winners and 2 losers. The 2 losers will drop down to the losers bracket. They'll be done for today. We'll come back to them tomorrow. And then what's listed here is semifinals, but basically winners finals. So the winners of the round 1 matches are going to play off against each other. And that way we will basically have a winner who will advance to the grand finals. And then we will have all of our losers matches and our grand finals all set up for tomorrow. So I'm excited to see what happens. Again, nobody's getting eliminated today, but we're going to get to see what the bracket looks like for tomorrow and get just a taste of what kind of chaos and unique things we're going to see. So
both of these matchups we actually saw about, I want to say 3 months ago during Heat Wave 2.
Yeah. I mean,
in Top Cut. Yeah.
Famously, Wacky Worms versus Frosty was actually the finals of the second Heat Wave. So we get to see a spicy rematch there. And then, yeah, I believe Dino Knight was an earlier match, but also in Top Cut of Heat Wave 2.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah. And we saw winners there, but this is a completely different patch, completely different format. So.
Yep. There's been a lot of changes.
There's been
changes to the game, and definitely this is a different format, more teams. So again, we'll have to see, is it going to be the same results or are we going to see something new? So again, we're going to be starting with Dino versus Knight here. So I really want to start with Dino. Again, probably the favorite, considered one of the strongest players right now. There was a great, infographic put together by you. Again, appreciate that. With, favorite beastie Gremler. Gremler is, historically part of many Dino's teams, especially, the first major tournament after Early Access was released, Bring the Heat. Dino came in second with a really nasty Gremler team. Has really tried to make Gremler work, and quite frankly, gotten Gremler nerfed multiple times.
It's all his fault. I would say, Dino is synonymous with Gremler at this point.
Yeah. So, and I see this quote here also from a previous interview of, I don't personally like games of just who can hit the hardest the fastest, which again, we kind of mentioned before. Dino definitely has a little bit more of a control-y style, not so much just the boost and, try to knock you out immediately. But then goes on to say, sorry.
I wouldn't say that Dino is really anti-meta, but generally the meta really favors hyper offense, especially during bashes.
Yeah. And
Dino, this entire time, he doesn't like that. He prefers sustained, longer lasting games. And that's really given him the title of one of the best control players in the PvP scene, along with Wacky Worms, of course.
Yep. Yeah, and that's another interesting distinction of Wacky Worms and Dino both known for controlling teams, but while Wacky Worms is, basically put as much pressure on you as possible with all these different sources of indirect damage, Dino is like more of kind of the stall team that everybody used to call it back in the day. And Dino, well, he doesn't worry about damage, necessarily. If he can find a way to just lock you down, he will just cruise control to victory, just slowly whittling away at you. But again, we've seen a lot of evolutions from Dino, and I'm going to go ahead and show the teams here. There are some familiar teams here, and also some new, one particularly new team. And again, this shows Dino can play a lot of playstyles.
Yeah. I think the first team is one he debuted during the July bash. He also used it during Heat Wave 3. No changes to it. the third team he used during, I want to say, the June Bash. Also no changes to it. So he must feel pretty confident. And honestly, given how well the first team performed during Heatwave, I can't say I blame him for it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and again, this Team 1 is the team that was brought to this most recent Heatwave, and it performed very well. And I even made a comment at the time that I think it's one of the best teams I've seen. And like the reason I say that might be kind of a weird thing, because it's like you look at the team and it's like it's almost hard to tell what it's trying to do besides like very specific combos, but they're not even like the entire game plan. They're just like little powerful options to do, but the team just comes together as a whole so well. So like obviously some of the combos are, if you look at Mystic and Dugout, the last two beasties, Heatwave on Mystic activates Grit on Dugout, and you know Dugout doesn't take as much damage from the Sweaty because of the Unflappable. That's a great little combo, right? But that's not a team by itself, and it's not like the whole team is a Sweaty team, a Heatwave team that we've seen in the past. No, they have that little package, and then there's the like Mystic hexing something and then being trapped in by Albrax. You have that little combo too, and like then there's the combination of Mystic wiping itself so that Lunaptra can switch in and have its defense boost. So it's like obviously I'm mentioning Mystic a lot of times here. I do think Mystic is kind of the linchpin of this team, but like again, it's not anything that's like super powerful on the surface, but it just fits together so well and is so flexible.
Yeah, and like even without Mystic, his first team has a lot of solid hitters. Like Castle Elite has the highest body power in the game. Lunaptra's no slouch either, and then Grit Dugout is a known quantity.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best spirit attackers in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and so it's basically relying on that just kind of really high base damage instead of relying on boosting, like traditional boosting, right?
Oh yeah, no boost on this team, but they don't really need it.
Well, exactly, and that's the thing that I think is just really cool. And then moving on to the second team, so this I'm just gonna give my best shot at it because I didn't have like a ton of time to analyze this. I know you looked at it a little more, but like I saw the double flight, the flight skull copy I've never seen before ever, and that and the fact it's a triple attack skull copy, like that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
But that
I did see him testing this team out actually a little bit against Night. Well, not this exact team, but this skull copy and this Fruit Folks. There's a lot of tagging out you can see going on. There's Fruit Folks' Treat, which restores 20 stamina to its ally when it tags in. Flight, 2 instances of flight, and we also have Dramatic Exit. So it looks like Dino's really going in heavy on the tagging in and out here, taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and I think the frequent tagging in and out, it makes perfect sense to have this introduced Masquerade.
Intro clamor, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly, right? Anytime you're gonna be wanting to switch in, introduce at least is an option. Normally, I'm used to seeing it with, well, like you said, clamor, right? Or anything that grants noisy. But in this case, I mean, you have the combination of introduce into dramatic exit, which is basically just that. But also having flight as your attack to essentially reset that every turn is a really cool idea. And spoiler alert, we're not going to be seeing a lot of Dread, as it turns out, which I was kind of surprised about. So this might actually be a really scary combo to deal with.
Oh yeah, like the main thing might be anti-redirection, but even then we have Skull Copy right here.
Yep.
And I think Skull Copy in combination with Ricochet or Mantis can be really threatening.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we didn't even mention that Armantis before, but that's kind of a constant threat that can just sit at the front if it needs to. If it's against a lot of front row attacks, to have some other, if the combo doesn't work, you have some other way to generate some offense here. So
yeah, it's the strongest attacker on the team, it looks like. But despite that, I think it looks like this. The core of this team is the Masquerade, which also holds all the support plays on the team.
Yep, you got that drums and that introduce, which I think is an interesting but potentially powerful combination. Again, this is not a team that's going to be boosting either. It's just a team that's going to be trying to rely on, its powerful base stats and abilities like with Armantis. And then, again, against a team that does not have the correct answers, just being able to, maybe shut down things with Diablo Sarah's Spitball, overriding their traits, and then just doing this introduce loop. Again, potentially could be very difficult for some teams to deal with.
Yeah, it could be.
So
Like, besides the anger, the provoke counterplay, as you mentioned, Cyclone might be able to do a dent on this team as well.
yeah,
It looks like Masquerade really wants to be on the field at all times.
yeah, provoke is definitely going to be the most universal answer to a lot of this. But want to move things along, make sure we're getting towards starting this match. So looking at the third team here, this is a team we've pretty much seen before. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but this is the Gremler Volley team, as I like to call it.
I think it's exactly the same as the one he brought to the June Bash. Well, there might be some stat adjustments, but beyond that, we have Riplash, one of the best body attackers. Hyper Spike Riplash is definitely going to be threatening a ton of damage on most of the beasties. I imagine other people are bringing to this. And we also have Spirit Invested Shloom, which is tied for the highest spirit power in the game. Really, it's 4 attackers in Gremler.
Yep.
And so for this team, it looks like Gremler is the linchpin.
Yep. 100%. And the thing is, Gremler is just a support. It's there to forward pass and enable the dig on all these and also the excited pass on top. So it's definitely, again, this is honestly a more linear team of it has a clear game plan and it just tries to do that. But there's some other options. You could always provoke and then Minefield if you really need to. There's obviously the Cyclone on Riplash. You got Chant on Hopra. You do have Dump on Bandicraft for some amount of front row pressure. You got the Torch Pass on Shloom. So it has a couple of these other pieces, but it's really just trying to do that combo.
Yeah, it doesn't get shut down immediately, even if the other team has anti-redirection.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important here.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so that's Dino, but I want to get into Dino's opponent here, Knight. Again, considered maybe the underdog of this tournament, self-declared. So, but again, Knight has had some pretty solid results recently. Being able to top cut the heat wave multiple times, definitely had shown some very, good showings against strong players. Again, one of these quotes from the interview of Knight saying, "It's rewarding to compose a team that hasn't been seen before, but on the other hand, novelty can be taken to the point of unviability." So, as the limited numbers of teams I've suggest, it can be Knight can be a little fussy about what works versus what doesn't. So,
this goes back around to that how he feels like some beasties are immoral for him to use. He's morally against using them. But it's all about finding that balance between, something that's good and something that's novel and something more important than either of those things, something that he wants to use.
Yeah, definitely. And, that's a hard balance to strike. And I could definitely relate to the sentiment, right, of having something that's really your own instead of just taking what somebody else has done, right? And, wanting to do exploring a new space that hasn't been explored before. But yeah, finding that balance is definitely tricky sometimes. And if we look at Knight's teams, we definitely get to see some interesting stuff for sure.
I think Knight is bringing the most entirely new teams to this clash than any other player.
Yeah.
So, we'll be seeing a lot of new stuff from him today.
Yeah. So first team here is definitely a bad feelings team for the most part. We do have a little bit of, a traditional damage. We do see 2 tactical passes to boost up primarily Mudsleeve, Voltoxin, and Skiffrig. But Skiffrig is really like the biggest traditional damage threat. Just having Dump with Power Forward and Tactical Pass, can have it threaten a lot of damage pretty quickly. But then Voltoxin, you notice it only has Nerve Strike. It really has to rely on giving those bad feelings, whether it's the one blocking from the net or, you know, giving something sweaty the, you know, previous turns. But Voltoxin definitely, I think it's an interesting combination of being a threat like early in the game, because Venom Touch is better the more stamina that they have, since it does a percentage based stamina, so that's usually good earlier in a match when they haven't taken very much damage yet. But then Nerve Strike is really good later, because more likely, you know, enemy BCs are sweaty or they have other bad conditions. So Nerve Strike becomes more reliable usually the longer the game goes on. So like it has both sides of that going for it. And again,
yeah, Voltoxin's just a really solid beastie here, especially because it's considered like the stat stick for Mind. It's very strong power on top of pretty bulky defenses. You can pretty much fit it onto any team. But the thing is, I believe Dino's Masquerade team has Drum, which might prevent some of the bad feelings going on in this first team here. And he also has Chant Hopra on his third team.
Yep.
But with a Chant nerf, that might not be enough to stop the sweat from snowballing.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how that turns out. But there's definitely some counterplay from Dino available. Looking at the second team here from Knight, this is definitely a more traditional offensive team, a spirit offensive team. Interesting, there's no rally, but we see double Excited Pass, and we see Faith, and we see that Orgella with Blaze. So absolutely has the possibility of doing big damage with this team.
Oh yeah, Knight is a self-described Mind player, but he's definitely dabbled in some spirit offense in the past. And even with the balance patch pushing him back towards Mind, it looks like he's going back to all these beasties that he was using back then. He is a pretty strong believer in Skull Copy, as you can see in his icon in the top left. I'm pretty interested in seeing how he makes it work compared to Dino's.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Orgella and Dig'em are both niche choices to some extent. Orgella we've seen a lot more recently. It just happens to have a really good matchup into a lot of passive damage that maybe some of the more controlled teams would have. But Dig'em itself is again not seen that much, but having the option of Cook on a spirit attacking team makes it kind of valuable, and having forward passive being kind of a pseudo captain if you need to do that. But then also it's just a sort of torch pass, which might be hard to get otherwise.
Yeah. It also not only does it have that really cool utility attack, I think Knight named Dig'em as a beastie he described as underrated in the current meta.
Yeah, it's something that's definitely hasn't seen a whole lot of play, so I'm curious to see how it performs here. And then lastly, our last team, this is where we get to see the Crawlurk, everybody. What everybody's been waiting for. All of you who've been in the PvP laboratory channel on the Discord, this is the sort of stuff we finally get to see it in action. How is it going to perform at a high level? This is a Hunter Crawlurk, so basically just trying to punish tag-ins, but it has that with the duality of Splinter, which lowers the Mind defense. So it's kind of trying to put you in an impossible situation where if you don't switch out, you have lower defenses, or even if you got intimidated, and then you take massive damage. But if you do switch, then the Hunter activates, and it's a damage boost anyways.
Yeah, there are really no good options when you're up against a Crawlurk, and it can corner you pretty easily. Plus, Demolipede has a disruptive option in Frazzle. And if you defend against it's hard to defend against all three of those. The deboost from Splinter and the bad feelings from Intimidate and Frazzle.
Yep, definitely. And to round out this team, we see a lot of other kind of common tools. We see the Bandcraft for Captain, also paired with the Illigus for some front row pressure and precise. There's actually not a whole lot of other anti-redirection tools on these teams, so that can be very important. Demolipede as a watchtower, redirect attacks itself. Also has the Sidewinder for front row pressure. And then Goofster, interestingly, having Perfect Shot, Slice, and Juggle. So Juggle, not there for the power boost, but to be able to volley to itself. So to basically guarantee a perfect shot. So again, a combination of some offensive threats we're used to seeing versus some little bit more niche picks. But not Goofster not being able to be given feelings is definitely kind of a unique advantage against any kind of sweaty or other bad feelings they might come up against. So
Like Hex.
like Hex. And we might see that be very relevant very soon. All right.
We'll see.
So with that, I believe we should be getting close to ready here. Are there any final comments? What are you expecting to see out of this match between these two?
Oh, I don't know. I can see both teams immediately have counters to each other. Like I already mentioned Chant and Drum, but there's also anti-redirection on Knight's team. We have Illugus, pretty strong in its anti-redirection attacks. We also have Beetleback, which isn't really as powerful, but can definitely slow down Dino if it comes to it.
Yep. All right.
It really could go either way.
All right. It sounds like our players are ready. It sounds like we are going to be joining Knight's stream. So give us just a moment and we're going to swap over to that channel and look at the stream. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and again, thank you everybody for joining us here. And I'm really excited about this event. Again, hopefully we get to see some great matches. It looks like the stream is up okay, but I'm gonna go ahead. Again, anytime you have a big event like this, there's always the possibility of tech issues. So I wanna make sure that everything is A-okay. And of course, it did not remember this layout here, but there we go. All right, we do have on screen here Knight versus Dino. Looks like their feed from the player, it looks okay, so I'm gonna tell the players that they are good to start.
Get into it.
I'm gonna ping them so they know. Good to start. All right, and with that, we're getting right into it. All right, is Dino going to be able to show his dominance, or is Knight going to be able to put up a good fight and come back as the underdog? Stick around and find out. And of course, now I'm realizing I got to switch which side the players are on because left or right is mixed up.
Does sound important here.
All right, it looks like we have Team 1 versus Team 1. Both players opting with their first choice.
Two bad feelings teams against each other.
Yep. And it's going to be really interesting because it turns out Dino self-inflicts some of those bad feelings. And it does look like Knight is the one that has to serve.
And he's serving corner shot into Grit Dugout.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it being vicious,
free ball.
Vicious being a 30 damage free ball is actually not the worst serve in the world. Especially against Dino's team, doesn't actually have that many ways to take advantage of the easy receive here. Because there's really only Hex. And you can't double Hex.
He has to spell anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So now is the option. So I don't believe there's any front row moves besides Skiff Rig on Knight's side. So because one of the things with this team is, you know, Dino deciding, oh, do I need to move somebody to the front? Or can I just go for the Hex, you know, immediately and not move?
That's a good point.
And it looks like, oh, we do see that move up and the Hex there. And it looks like picking the correct target for the Hex. Unfortunately, Knight did switch out, but switched out not Mudsley, who was the target of the Hex. So that Mudsley, you see the 6 tired there, is not going to be able to do anything except volley and free ball until that tired wears off. So this is going to have to be a rocket. And
especially if Albrax, there it is.
Yep.
Tractor Hex.
Yep.
With Albrax's tractor beam, this means that Mudsley can't switch out.
Yep. And now it's stuck on the field, and it just has to either wait until that tired runs out, or they have to basically rearrange their beasties here. So Beetleback is in the front. Albrax will target whatever's closest to it. So if Knight is able to move Mudsley back and move forward the Beetleback, then it would be able to switch out. But it looks like It's just going to be a hard switch out of the Beetleback. Probably going to try to get some offense here. Yeah, and we see the
Nerve
net
strike
rush.
at least.
Yep.
Yeah, Nerve Strike at least threatens the dugout because it's sweaty.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point. That's one of the problems with Beetleback. Beetleback, great at enabling its partner to do damage, but if its partner isn't able to attack for whatever reason, it can't really, again, put up that much pressure on the opponent. So I like that switch into Voltoxin here. And again, Voltoxin with that net rush, able to basically enable itself and get to the front.
Looks like Dino... looks like Knight expected dugout to swap out, so opting to put some damage onto Albrax, hopefully getting Tractor Beam out of the way ASAP.
Yep. Yeah, and it makes sense. You know, obviously you don't get the full enabling of Nerve Strike since it didn't have a negative feeling, but you could see still doing over half damage to that Albrax with low mind defense.
Yeah, and right now, Cathlead is threatening like 70 damage on both users.
Yep. Yeah, and it looks like it's just going to be the block here. I think it's okay for Knight to take that wipe there. Dino does take the first point, but does be able to get a little bit of damage using that trait on Voltoxin, that Venom Touch. And also, again, Mudsley was tired anyways from the Hex, so hopefully this will...
Not a huge loss for him.
Yeah, this will enable Knight hopefully to get a little bit of momentum back in his favor. And the good news also for Knight is both of Dino's beasties are actually, you know, somewhat low stamina. And especially with that Castley, it's going to take 10 more damage because of its trait here.
Is a ticking time bomb.
Yep. That Voltoxin barely surviving that serve, but that's all it needs for now. Yeah. But unfortunately, neither of these beasties on Dino's side have a bad feeling, so this is not going to necessarily be a boosted Nerve Strike here. So it looks like Knight's deciding whether it's actually better to just mark one of them and do a corner shot instead, try to go for more of a long-term advantage, or if it's just go for this big attack. And it looks like big attack is the choice, but the block...
It does mean he Voltoxin, though.
Yep.
Tractor Beam has trapped it.
Yeah.
Can't swap out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, going into this, Knight said that he was most afraid of Dino because the other two players, Frosty and Wacky Worms, he finds he can generally predict what their game plan is, but Dino's playstyle and his team's sports crimes are so bizarre, so out there, that it makes it difficult for him to predict.
Yeah, and just like that, Knight saw he was, you know, in a bad situation with the low stamina Voltoxin trapped in there with Albrax, so decides to stack up and basically lose the point. And all of a sudden, it's 2-0 in Dino's favor. Let's see if Knight can get the momentum back here. And we do see that clear field coming in just to get a little bit of a stamina recovery. So we haven't actually seen the Skiffrig come in yet. Again, this Albrax is being a big pain, not allowing anything to swap into the front, which is ideally what Skiffrig would want to do.
And it looks like the other big attacker, Lunactra, is in now that Casslead is out. Not as hard a hitter exactly, but still very threatening in its own right with Spike.
Yeah, Spike does a good amount of damage, and quite frankly, it's a way bulkier, and it's going to be able to stay in a lot longer than a Casslead could. Because it's got that defense bonus from its trait, because it has wiped allies on the bench. And there we go with the Spike. That is the first game to Dino. Dino is one.
He can't use that team anymore.
Yep, so that team is done. Dino can no longer use that team. So now it's up to Dino to be able to win with the other two teams. Now, Knight does have the option of switching, and it looks like that is what Knight is choosing to do. I wonder how much mind games come into play here as far as picking what team to choose. Because I do think in this kind of format, it's kind of... You don't really want to wait till the last minute to get all your wins, preferably. If you can set up like a good matchup for a particular team that you think might struggle otherwise, like picking the right time might be an advantage, but I really have no idea what the players are thinking.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's bringing in this mind offense team to really work on Albrax's weakest defense. Oh, no, it looks like Dino changed his team.
Yeah. So, well, it looks like both players changed their team. So Dino had to change their team since they won with the other team.
Oh, you're right. I totally forgot.
But Knight also choosing to change teams, so opting not to go with their same their first team again.
He does have precise Illugus countering Dexit here.
That's a good point. That might have something to do with it. We get to see this crawler come in, and Dino does have to serve, so we're gonna get to see some nasty counter serving here. Let's see if it's gonna be Intimidate or Frazzle. Both of them are gonna essentially encourage the beastie that's hit by it to switch out, so we'll get to see what happens. So it looks like it is the Frazzle.
Yeah, putting our Mantis out of.
Yeah, our Mantis is going to be out of commission if it stays in, and it looks like it's going to be. I didn't check if does it have tactical pass? This Demolipede? Yeah,
Yes.
it does. Okay.
Yeah, Provoke and Tactical Pass. And Provoke shuts down the Masquerie immediately. That's all the support plays on the team, like I said. I think the Crawler matchup is actually really interesting here because of Flight
Yeah.
and Hunter.
So this is what we mentioned before when we were talking about teams before, is this team from Dino switches out all the dang time. So
Yeah.
that's definitely somewhat an advantage for Knight, since it's basically Crawler's trait is always going to be active. So thanks to that Provoke, this Masquerie that has triple support moves can't really do a whole lot. So definitely going to be slowing down the options here. So we do, yep. So we do see that Flight in to get some of that healing actually.
But thanks to Flight and the general tagging out, it does mean that Frazzle and Intimidate can't really put a dent into Dino's team.
Yeah, that's true, definitely. A lot of those kind of ways to punish a beastie for staying in aren't going to work. But again, this tactical pass is going to start adding up. So I think this Crawler could actually potentially start becoming a real problem. I think the only option long term is, I mean, even if you get the Demolipede off the field, the Crawler's still at full stamina. That's kind of the problem.
Oh yeah, Dino hasn't really been able to deal massive damage yet.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think, okay, so kind of what's the game plan? So Dino's team doesn't have a whole lot of strong damage options. Oh, we actually see a free ball here.
Oh! Introducing Skull Copy and shifting to the other lane means that Knight has to hit into tough right now.
Yep. Yeah, because even if the other lane is targeted, the Skull Copy's going to come in and then move. So that...
Yeah, he does technically have Sidewinder, I guess.
Yeah. But the good news is at least that Masquerie is going to be tired next turn, so there's still not going to be any support move.
Oh, yeah. Knight is doing a really good job of disrupting this team.
Yep. Yeah.
So he did go for the Sidewinder.
Yeah, and I think that's a good play. You might as well. So I'm trying to think of like what the game plan is from Dino, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know how Dino removes this Crawler except by getting a Cyclone maybe from the benched Diablo Seraph.
Oh, it looks like he shut it down with Twist.
There you go. Yep, so that's the other answer that I totally missed that, but that's a great play from Dino. If you can't force it off the field or do damage to it, just make it so it can't attack. That's exactly what's happening here. Force the Sidewinder yet again.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Knight is really stacking on chip damage.
Yeah. But now we might see, we could see Drum here to start get some healing. Or we could see another introduced get Skull Copy back in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Does this this Diablosaurus does not have Cyclone. I was thinking of a different team. Yeah, it has Dexit. So this is another way to force something that's been introduced that makes it tough. You know, it's going to take less damage, and then it gets noisy from a dramatic exit. So it is going to be forced to get hit that way too. So yeah, there's just so many ways for Dino's team to reduce damage that it's going to take.
Might also be a good point to bring in Armantis too, because of Ricochet, but it looks like he introduced Skullcopy instead, so...
Yeah. Just wants to guarantee that combo, basically, of being able to switch in Skullcopy to the front, and then essentially guarantee that it takes damage. And the thing is, Sidewinder, yes, it can technically get around that, because it can just target the back row, but it does so little damage. It makes it kind of... you know, not a big threat by itself.
The Masquerade has barely been able to do anything this match. Introduced here and there, but Drum has not been set up at all.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is definitely going to be... I mean, this game is so slow. I feel like Knight will eventually just be able to get so many boosts that... Oh, I didn't even notice. Overwrite on the Demolipede makes it so it's not redirecting the twist. Oh man, this is actually a great position for Dino then.
It is a very strange game. Like, you can really tell that this is the epitome of what Dino calls sports crimes.
Yep. Dino just trying to find a busted combo and that just cruise along with it. Like,
fascinating to see an option. And it looks like Knight is finally tagging out Demolipede.
Yeah, well, it makes sense, right? It's so reliant on its ability, on its trait, that you might as well switch it out and then switch it back in. Again, the one good news is
finally up.
Yeah, the one good news from Knight is there's not a lot of damage coming out from the other side. So, and in fact, in this situation, there is no tough. There was no introduced last turn, so this should do pretty good damage from the Crawlark. In fact, I mean, this might... I don't know if it's enough to knock out Skullcopy. Skullcopy does have pretty good mind defense.
He can also just...
Yeah,
no,
look at that damage. 110, just one-shots it. So that's the strength of what Knight has going for him, right? Is if you boost enough times, eventually you're just going to one-shot stuff.
So Knight is finally up, and Fruit Folks and Skullcopy are also lower on stamina. So he's got the upper hand here.
Yeah, definitely. I think Knight finally was able to find the right time to be able to kind of punish Dino's setup. So now it's on Dino to try to figure out how to either redo that setup or to start putting on some pressure himself.
Yeah. Knight is doing a really good job at showcasing Crawlark's strengths here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, again, I think it was a good job picking this team against what he thought Dino was gonna pick.
Yeah.
Because I do think this is the perfect choice.
Oh, and Plucky preventing the Shook from Skullcopy's twist.
Yep, that was a
he
great
can still
switching.
attack.
Yeah. So here's the question: do you volley and then tactical pass and slice? Okay, it looks like that is the choice versus doing a perfect shot.
But that kills.
Yeah. Doing 96 to that Skullcopy. Yeah, all of a sudden Knight, again, as soon as this setup was kind of broken from Dino.
Looks like Dino's on the back foot suddenly.
Yep, exactly. And unfortunately, I think our Mantis kind of has to switch in here, and it's not even going to be at the front.
Yeah, just get a sneak attack off, but it still needs a little to set up for Ricochet.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. So,
like, Dino's team is really scary, but it looks like it just so happens that Knight's team has all of the correct answers to it, and he's playing very, very well.
Yeah. So here's the other thing is, I was going to say provoke is pretty important because that was one of the ways Knight was able to shut down this Masquerade on Dino's side.
Yeah.
So without that provoke, we might be able to see Dino come back. But it looks like the choice is go back into Crawlark, start boosting it again, start doing some big damage, And we are going to see some decent damage here, but the problem is now Crawlerk is really low, and there's no option to switch back to Demolipede since their beasties are split apart, and it only redirects attacks if they're adjacent. So I'm expecting Illigus to come in here, probably, but I'm not sure.
It does help to have a healthy Torch Passer.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, looks like Knight is actually just willing to give up this point here.
Fair
Which
enough.
I don't hate that. Yeah, I don't hate that decision. Crawlerk was already very low stamina. Letting it wipe here will mean it will come back with full stamina in 4 turns.
Yeah, and Illigus is coming in just as you predicted.
Yep. So, yeah, I think we're in an interesting middle game here. I think all of Dino's beasties are back too. So, we're kind of back to the beginning state of the game here. But obviously Knight is up a point, so I'm curious to see what Dino's going to be able to do to regain control there.
Well, thankfully for Dino, Knight's Provoker is off the field.
Yep. Yes, there is just the one provoke in Crawlerk. So, yeah, I mean, I think you pointed out when we were talking about the teams, but this Masquerade has just proven it is the linchpin of this team. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. You can see that Knight's noticed it, too. He's really focusing damage down on it.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. Well, so that's the other interesting thing about, like, how you try to read an opponent's team, like, the first time you see it, and then how do you make adjustments, you know, throughout the match and potentially for future matches here.
Yeah, it's about learning.
Yep. So did actually get the easy receive here, and this might be a double lay trap. Potentially kind of threatening here. Oh, but we do see that redirection. But the trap damage does go through tough. So we still see good damage, even though the actual attack itself didn't do a whole lot.
Right.
Yeah, so that's actually another... I didn't even think about that, but traps is another great way to counter a team that likes to switch out all the time. So Knight, I think Knight's in a really good position here.
Oh yeah, like Dino still has our Mantis right here. But
Yeah.
I don't know if they can threaten enough damage because Knight's beasties generally have pretty high mind defense. Minus Crawlerk, but...
Yeah. But certainly Illigus. Illigus is the perfect beastie to have at the front.
Oh, definitely.
To go against mind attacks. And yeah, we see that block. Still does a lot of damage. 64, but Illigus does hold on. So the question is, are we going to see a boost here? Or are we just going to see a single lay trap and then a dump? And it looks like it is dump. I was thinking, oh, maybe Knight wants to still target that Masquerade just to make sure that it's going to be the one that switches out. Honestly, this might be a bit of a risk because if this Armantis switches out to... actually, what became tough? Is it actually Fruit Folks?
I can't tell. Is it Fruit Folks?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, actually, it moves to the side. Doesn't switch at all.
And this means it gets off another Ricochet.
Yep. Yeah, and there's no shield here. So this is potentially a big deal. Because the other thing is, like, you could Torch Pass into one of your attackers, but like you said, Crawlerk's mind defense isn't the highest. I don't think it gets one shot. But you're also not making use of the Torch Pass if you do that.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a tough decision. Oh, looks like it's actually moved to the side. Really
Also,
wants to... Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a big damage play. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe so he can safely Torch Pass out with Illugus, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, not even a Torch Pass.
Okay, so we're not seeing a Torch Pass here. We're just going to see a hard switch. I'm a little surprised because I don't think this Illugus is coming back this game. I think a Torch Pass, even if it only heals like 14 stamina, it's better than nothing.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, I guess we'll get to see. So both
Or
of
even
these
just
beasties...
sweat off a crawl.
Yeah, both these beasties from Dino are actually very low, and because Dino had to serve, there was no introduce. So...
Plus a full stack of traps on his side of the court.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is actually a really tough spot. Okay, so there is a shield in our Mantis, though, so Knight does have a few different things that he has to consider here. He has to consider both the shield or switch out, or even just a block. Oh, a great play from
Treat.
Dino. Yeah.
Yes, that is very smart. It looks like Treat from Full Folks saved Masquerade from being annihilated by that slice.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it was also a risky play just because Fruit Folks absolutely would have gotten destroyed by that. But
Oh, yeah.
Dino identifying that Knight probably is less likely to target that front slot just because of the shield on our Mantis. And switching out Fruit Folks actually giving the healing also, you know, is a little bit of a benefit to cover another option. So we see the volley. What's going to be the option? Is it going to be an introduce? It is going to be an introduce.
Flight into introduce? Flight into Dexit into introduce?
Could be. Yeah, I was about to say, you called it. Flight into...
Oh, looks like it.
Into a Beastie with dramatic exit. So this should guarantee that Skull Copy is going to be the target of the next attack. It will still take trap damage, but again, the actual attack damage will be much lower.
Oh yeah, despite going down 0-2 at the start, it looks like Dino's managed to climb his way up pretty well.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And I'm expecting to see at least one lay traps just because, again, the actual damage from the attack isn't going to be too much. And so having some alternate damage is potentially good. But actually, just choosing to go for an attack. Again, you see that 9 damage greatly reduced by the tough there. Oh, actually, I didn't even think of that about it, but the Skull Copy is sweaty, and it will start to take... Well, I guess it will not take sweaty damage if it flights.
Out a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Specifically if it uses flight, because then it will be switched out before the sweaty tick would happen.
Oh, Knight has taken a risk here.
Yeah, actually stacking up. Yeah, I wonder... That is an interesting play. So that's going to prevent Captain from getting to the front here. It's really interesting.
Is Bandy overwritten? I haven't really been keeping
track. That's actually a good question.
Yeah.
It might already be overwritten, so it might not matter. Oh, blocking the twist. Actually a great play. I didn't even think about that part. So yeah, you're right. It is overwritten. So it could be
that's what I thought.
It could be tactical pass into perfect shot, which is actually, is that just game? Tactical pass into perfect shot? There's nothing tough on the bench. And Skull Copy cannot block.
Oh, you're completely right.
So this should be game, I believe. Yeah, tactical pass, perfect shot. I don't think there's anything. Wait, can Fruit Folks switch into the other slot?
Oh, that or...
No, it looks like, yeah, there we go. We see the switch, and just like that, Knight strikes back. Not going to be swept. It is now 1-1. We got a match for you folks. Knight 1 win, Dino 1 win. Let's keep on trucking.
Shifting back to his first team.
Yep, that's what it looks like.
God, I wonder what he's expecting Dino to bring here.
Yep. Man, that was a very back and forth match. At first, I was thinking Dino just can't get his setup going, and then all of a sudden it looked like Dino had the perfect setup and he just wasn't letting go. But Knight just able to just barely set up the situation with the read.
Yeah, it was pretty even at the end, but
yeah,
it was checkmate there.
Yeah. Well, again, took a big risk going to block that twist, but it turns out that was a great play. It was a game-winning play right there.
Well, looks like Dino's really taking his time deciding here.
Yeah, and you know what? That's totally fine. You know, Dino thinking, okay, should I try to do the same team again, or, you know, trying to think if there's going to be a different switch? No, it looks like it's the same team. So Dino sticking with team number 2, and then Knight going with team number 1. So
how do you think this team from Knight matches up into this swap tagging out team?
Probably worse, I would guess. Maybe not. So this team from Knight does have Sweaty, which is potentially good, but then there's also actually the shield to stop the Sweaty, I imagine. But I have to imagine it's gonna be drums. Like if drums doesn't come out, I'll be shocked.
Oh okay, there is drums, but Knight is also running double clear field on his team.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah.
So the good news is, yeah, you see Knight even queued heat up. So even if there's an action, you know, clear field to get rid of the drums, the drums will at least stop one heat up. So
and
it'll give,
that's valuable.
Yeah, and it'll still give 1 tick of healing here. So yeah, we are going to see the clear field just like you called out, and we're going to start seeing spitballs. So
Yeah,
there's definitely
it's like drum
counterplay. There's definitely counterplay on both sides here. But I do think this, you know, I still think having drums is definitely pretty powerful. If Dino,
when our Mantis is in the front,
I was
about to say,
I was just
when our
thinking
Mantis is in
that.
the front,
Yeah.
Knight's always got to worry about our Mantis shifting in front of Masquery and getting that damage boost from both its trait and Ricochet.
Yeah, and this is like worst case scenario, just because we can see both an introduce and a drum, and that's exactly what we see. So
Yeah,
Dino,
on top of all that damage.
yeah, trying to. So we did see a patience actually from Mudsley, which I think makes sense. You're not gonna be able to get heat up. And this way, Mudsley at least is a little harder to remove. So we see the
Double
free
clear
ball.
shield even.
Yeah,
It makes sense. It was tough.
it makes sense it was tough, but it's also vicious. So free ball doing base 30 damage. Might as
Does
might
it
as
do
well try
that
to
to
do that.
shield too?
Yeah, so vicious does make free ball do 30 damage.
Oh,
So,
interesting.
So yeah, so this is gonna be a little bit of a different style game. Both these players actually making decisions pretty quick because this is again a little bit more straightforward. Yeah, we see that Dexit.
You can tell they're adapting to each other, but you're right. It looks like this team is struggling to handle this tag out loop that Dino's got going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the you know, there's still good news and bad news. If Armantis is the one switching in, then you're not going to see a Dexit loop every turn just because of, you know, there's no flight. But it is,
Oh, yeah.
it's going to be outputting good damage every turn for sure. And it looks like Knight actually going for his own
A
stack
lane
up.
stacking strategy.
Yeah, which I don't hate this. I think it's a reasonable move. Oh, but actually, Dino goes for the other
yeah.
slot and gets the first point here.
That's the risk of it.
Yep. So, yeah. So I think specifically Plation is really awkward in this matchup, right? Because 2 of its 3 moves give Sweaty. So if you're not able to, you know, deal with the drums here, then it really can't do a whole lot. So looks like opting to switch for the Captain Beetleback, which makes perfect sense. And Beetleback also having clear field. I think that was the one that clicked clear field.
They both have it.
Yeah, I was like, wait, both of them have it? But you're right. I think both of them have it. So,
Oh, finally, no drum.
yep. So managed to get the spitball off. So spitball is a way of guaranteeing that this Masquerade is always angry in offense. But again, Dino knows that. Dino's already shown that he's willing to stack up to try to protect this Masquerade. Again, this Masquerade is absolutely the linchpin of this team. And actually,
Yeah, and it doesn't help that Knight still hasn't managed to get off a Sweaty on any of the opposing beasties.
Yep. And it's not going to be this turn either, because I have to imagine we're going to see drums again. So, I mean, yeah, this is such an interesting matchup. But yeah, I feel like if this Armantis is just able to continually switch in, you know, it gets introduced and then it gets clamored, you know, gets noisied. It's just gonna be
solid loop.
Yeah, it's just gonna be able to fire off ricochets all the time.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if. Oh, same thing happened.
Ah, yeah,
looks
same
like.
thing.
In
Yeah,
the PvP scene, Dino is pretty infamous for never losing a 50-50, which is obviously hyperbole, but
Yeah.
you can tell. You can see how good his predictions are.
Yeah, I was about to say we saw that twice. Yeah, and it's, you know, I think again Dino's decision making for 50-50s is very calculated.
It is.
You know, it's not necessarily about guessing right. It's about making sure you're choosing the path of the game to go that you're comfortable going down. So even if you guess wrong, you're still, you know, in a winnable position. Again, that's the way I also try to think. And Dino absolutely proving that it's a
Looks
very
like
effective
Treat
strategy. And yeah, we see Fruit Folks switching in. Fruit Folks was actually what got introduced last time, so makes sense. Fruit Folks comes in, full stamina, also
mastery again.
yeah, also allows this Masquerade to survive. And are we gonna start seeing flight?
Another lane shift.
Oh, it's actually just a scream. And Knight does block that, so we might see a double clear field spitball, or is Knight going to go for the boost? Oh, yeah, I guess it's that. And I have to imagine this is Skull Copy. Switch it in here.
Yeah, keeping the Masquerade safe.
Yep. So, how do you think Knight can come back in this match, if at all?
The Masquerade just keeps on setting up Drum. I don't know if he has a way to counter that.
Yeah.
Like, the Beetleback does have Rocket, which, like, in theory, it should counter all this Dexit nonsense going on right now, but it hasn't really come into play.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't deal that much damage.
Yeah, and that's the thing is even if it was the situation where Rocket could avoid the tough, it just doesn't do a lot of base damage like you said.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's actually a potentially case where we could see a corner shot.
Yeah.
Actually set up Sweaty.
Masquerade, but could be defended pretty easily against, but no matter what, it's gonna inflict Sweaty. Well,
Yeah.
I guess Tough prevents it actually, doesn't
Oh
it?
yeah, and we see the dramatic exit. I just totally forgot about that. Again, this redirection just making it really, really tough. And here we're gonna see drums set up again. So yeah, man, Dino was really covering all the possibilities here. Yeah, there we see the ricochet, we see the block, but that is it.
Yeah, that's game.
Dino wins with another team and goes up 2-1 in the match. Good news is Knight doesn't have to face that team again. Bad news is Knight has to win 2 games in a row.
Against the Tractor Hex team, which... Oh, no, against this team,
Yes,
which...
it's the last team from Dino. It's the the Digzag team.
Yeah, this Hopper does have Chant, which is another measure against all the bad feelings going on from Knight's side, but it isn't as oppressive as Drum when it comes to preventing it.
Yeah. So I do think, I think this is a better matchup because, yeah, Drum is just really hard to deal with.
Oh, Heat Up on the Gremler would actually be... Oh, no, on the Riplash instead.
Yeah,
I guess if he really wants to get that Riplash out of the way.
That's a really interesting choice. I feel like Gremler is the centerpiece of the team.
That's why I was surprised.
Yeah. But maybe there's a plan for this. Maybe we're going to see Rocket come out to ignore that, or maybe we're going to see Skiffrig come in to threaten the front row, and then it doesn't matter.
Still lots of ways to counter this. Strong sideways attacks that threaten the net are a really good counter to Gremler.
Oh, and this is actually I think this is actually a pretty good start for Knight. See, it does reasonably good damage to this Riplash, but also is going to be able to Sweaty the Gremler now. And should be able to threaten a KO next turn. Yeah, and Hyper Spike does a lot, but not nearly enough.
Hyper Spike moment.
Yep. And so...
You see why people were complaining about it.
Yeah. So, are we going to see a net rush tactical pass into potentially KOing this Gremler? Because that should be enough to one-hit KO the Gremler, right? Yeah, look at that.
Absolutely.
103. So, the thing is, we can't... We couldn't even see, like... Well, I mean, there could have been a stack up if Dino preferred for Riplash to get KO'd. But obviously that would have been risky too. But yeah, Knight taking an early lead, and I think it's a pretty strong one. So now, how's Dino gonna respond? Okay, so we do see this Hopper come in. We could start to see some chance, but honestly, it might just be excited pass. Or actually, the Schloom could come to the front.
Attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
The contest is net only.
Yes, that's a good point. I completely forgot about that change already.
Pretty recent change.
Yeah. And yeah, you were right. We see this contest. Oh, actually, Knight giving up this Voltoxin, which again, I don't hate. It was very low stamina. Might as well get it reset in 4 turns. Yeah, we might be seeing that Skiffrig finally. Is this the first time we've seen Skiffrig come in?
I think so.
Yeah, that
might be pretty good against this team.
Yeah.
But not now. Gotta be at net.
Yeah, that is a little awkward. So Ideally, Skiffrig wants a way to get to the net, but
Yeah. Skipper doesn't have any attacks other than this net only dump.
yeah,
Pretty dicey for it, but
yeah. Oh,
Whoa.
wow!
vicious
Actually,
free ball kill.
oh, that was a great play. I'm Dino must have not been considering that possibility of the free ball. Probably just expecting corner shot, and well, it might be corner shot
Yeah.
now, but Knight, doing a good job of covering that potential switch in.
Yeah. He's only 1 point away from closing out this game.
Yep. Yeah. And we pretty soon we might be to game 5, Knight versus
Yeah,
Dino.
this game is way more fast-paced than the other ones we've seen. But we're
Yeah.
finally seeing the sweat come out. We're seeing why this team is so threatening.
Yeah. I mean, this sweat damage does stack up pretty fast. And honestly, with
Yeah.
corner shot also doing 30 damage, like you're getting 30 damage up front plus infinite damage later. So it's pretty good. Yeah, we're going to just
Much
continue
better
to see
against
heat ups.
Unfortunately, we do see the high spirits excited pass.
Yep. But I think actually I like this a decision from Knight just to click heat up because Hopra will get drained this turn after the
Yeah.
serve. So as long as whatever switches in doesn't faint, which full toxin definitely tanky enough, and now all of a sudden we're gonna see a net rush tactical pass nerve strike almost certainly.
Yeah, Grumbler is back for Dino, but I'm not sure if it's enough to save them at this point.
Yeah. But so this is something that I think you mentioned off stream, but this Banditcraft actually has maximum investment in mine defense. And
oh yeah,
this
it
might
really
be
hates mine attack.
the exact situation why Dino did this, because I don't think anything else would have only taken 54 damage from a double boosted, nerve strike from Voltoxin. So
Funnily enough, this does leave Banditcraft slightly outside of full focus range, though.
yeah, just kind of awkward, awkward numbers. Just how it turned out, but I think that's fine. This is still going to be massive damage with Dig Zag.
Oh, no
Yeah.
kidding.
Have to switch out, and also does 78 damage. But to your point, this Bandcraft is really low now, so now it's kind of the question of, do you switch into Shloom here, or do you switch into the Shark?
Yeah, Dino still got some pretty heavy hitters in the back.
So another potential play, if Dino's feeling really spicy, is to switch Grumbler out instead, if they're expecting a corner shot here. And that
would be a
that again could be potentially powerful, but no, we actually do see the free ball. Okay, and Dino does cover for that.
learned his lesson.
Yeah. But this does mean we could see either double provoke or we see Dig hyper spike, both of which are pretty big threats. So this is kind of okay. So this is a launcher
Steadfast.
Riplash, I believe.
Oh, it is.
I believe it's launch or no, it's steadfast.
Steadfast.
I'm totally
Yeah, I
dead
thought
wrong.
so.
I was thinking of a different Riplash. Spoiler alert. So, somebody else brought Riplash.
Oh no.
But yeah,
I guessed wrong.
yeah, Knight guessing wrong, and with that, Dino does take the game and the match.
Oh,
Man.
very well played from both players. But
Yeah, great games for both players. That was fantastic to watch, and that's awesome. Again, thanks for both players for sharing that. And all right, we will go ahead and get the bracket updated here. But yeah, what'd you think of that match? Like, that was actually very back and forth.
Oh yeah.
I was
It
not sure how that was going to go for a while.
And I'm glad we got to see a variety of teams this time too. We got to see did we see each team in action?
We actually, did we see Knight's last team? I'm not sure.
The Spirit one? I don't think no. We might have missed out on seeing a Spirit
Okay,
team.
so we saw all of Dino's team and we saw 2 of Knight's teams, but we did not see the
Yeah.
last one.
Pretty good variety.
Yeah. So Dino does win the first game of round 1. Congrats to Dino. And we will be moving on now to the other round 1 game of Wacky Worms versus Frosty to see who is going to have the pleasure of going up against Dino in winners finals.
Fearsome.
Yep. And with that, let's just jump right into introducing these two players. So let's start with Wacky Worms. So favorite beastie Garude. Makes a lot of sense based off of what we see Wacky Worms play most of the time. Again, I'm thinking about that classic Dread team with the Delusia is the other beastie that's kind of not used that much that I'm used to seeing, but also with like the Scaldra and really using that Garude crowing to get stamina back whenever the Dread drains something. It's actually really strong, but I'm not surprised that Wacky Worms has favorite beastie as Garude. That's what I'm getting at. But yeah, Wacky Worms, a very strong player, won the second heat wave, has placed very well at other events. Again, a little quote here. I try to bring something new when I'm team building. If it seems too similar to another team, it kind of demotivates me. So I try not to force it. I like to try new combinations.
Yeah, Garude isn't really commonly used by other players, but it's not very bulky. Like, it doesn't have much going for it in the eyes of other players, but Wacky Worms has really taken advantage of crowing in his indirect damage team. He's constantly wiping opponent beasties, so crowing is always activating.
Yeah.
And crowing giving Garude half of its stamina back, plus 50.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge deal for sure. It's just turns out getting 50 stamina back like every turn or every other turn is really strong. especially because Dread, shuts down stuff like Jazz and other options they might have.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. And plus, that source of healing kind of helps offset that chip damage from Dread. Yeah,
definitely. Well, that's why sustain is a nice thing to see on a lot of controlling teams. Is if they're trying to win a long game, and part of that is just outlasting the opponent's team. And obviously, if you have Dread set on the field, you're taking damage every turn on both beasties. So having stuff to offset that is very nice. So as far as what teams Wacky Worms brought, we get to see, again, some the familiar team, I would say, is the first team here, with one little twist. Did you want to talk about this skiff rig here?
Oh, yes. So we've seen this team a lot in the past. Wacky Worms actually brought it to Heatwave 3, and you might notice that Hopra got replaced by Skiff Rig. Hopra formerly using, I want to say Super Commit, Excited Pass, Trait Dance, something among those lines. And I'm really surprised that Wacky Worms replaced Hopra here, because Trait Dance in testing gave Wacky Worms a pretty favorable matchup against some anti-indirect damage beasties like Orgella.
Yeah.
But instead we have Skiff Rig, which has mildly better bulk than Hopra, plus 20 defenses overall, and it's a little more disruptive in having Provoke and Cyclone. And Cyclone might be really good here because overall, he's expecting his opponents to be pretty low on stamina, given all the sources of indirect damage.
Yeah. Well, and Cyclone is a great way to slow down the opponent's offense and give your indirect damage more time to proc turn after turn.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. So I can definitely understand it from that aspect. I actually did not know that Skiff Rig had better bulk than Hopra. That's kind of funny. But
well,
yeah.
This one specifically.
Oh, yeah. Well, because, so I guess, so to that point, spending all of your training points in defense, as opposed to putting some, into offensive stats, it's kind of interesting to see that on something that has zigzag. But I mean, 90 base mind attack is like definitely not fantastic, but it's enough that if you actually get a double volley with zigzag, it can still do reasonably good damage. And again, attack damage is not the primary source of damage on this team. I mean, you also have Grit Dugout, but those are really the only two sources of big damage from attacks, right?
Yeah.
It's really from everything else. And I do
it's
think
definitely not something he's prioritizing, especially because he doesn't have a way to self-inflict sweaty on Dugout.
Yeah.
He's playing the long game with Torch Pass.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And I will say, having Provoke and Cyclone, those are two plays that Hopper doesn't get. So, again, if just wanted an extra Provoke source and then that Cyclone, I can kind of understand, you know, why the choice was made, right?
Yeah, it could be very valuable. Provoke is a very popular play. I think it was the single most used play in the last Heatwave. But interestingly, while we're on that topic, his second team is one of the two teams this Clash that is not carrying Provoke.
Yeah, interestingly enough. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about
spitballs.
that. Yeah. Yeah, that is, I mean, I guess if you're going to make up for not having Provoke, you might as well have two spitballs, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I, you know, seeing Diablo Saris again, that overwrite trait is really good for dealing with enemy beasties that have difficult to deal with traits, especially like watchtowers, stuff like that.
Yeah, pretty different sets, but we do see some familiar beasties. I think this Beetlebat, actually, pretty similar to Knights.
Yeah. Yeah, actually. Is this the same one?
I want to say, like, maybe the stat invest might be different, but otherwise...
Yeah, Rocket,
really
Tactical
familiar.
Pass, Clearfield. I mean, Rocket being anti-redirection is just a decent attack to have if you don't have a sideways move instead. Tactical Pass, obviously, if you have a lot of spirit attacks, Tactical Pass is really valuable. And then Clearfield, I feel like players were expecting a little bit more Dread or other field effects.
Or field effects in general.
Well, because is there a single rally out of any of the players?
No, that was the first thing I checked for, believe me.
So that's kind of crazy. Like, obviously rally is a more offensive style, right? We're used to seeing that more in 2-point, but it's certainly, I mean, Arctech has absolutely shown rally can be very strong in 3-point also. But like the fact that nobody brought it, it's a little surprising to me. So Clearfield, there's only one Dread, and there are a couple of drums, but
two teams carrying drum.
Yeah.
And one of which is Wacky Worms.
Yeah. So this third team here, this is a really cool team. I actually kind of like. So Wacky Worms has definitely used the offensive Gremler, like max offense Gremler with Tool before, especially before the Slippery nerf. But I see it's coming back here.
I actually want to say this is the team that Wacky Worms brought to the June Bash and got a 15-0 win record with on his way to 5 stars.
Wait,
like
he was undefeated?
Yes, it was undefeated. As far as I know, it is the only time a player has gone completely undefeated on their run to 5 stars during a bash.
Oh.
Like there are some changes here. Some play changes. Most of them have to do with balance, such as Demolish getting replaced on Crabberay, Exhaust getting replaced on Bongust, and Drum was added to both Noizard and Bongus.
Yeah.
So there's slightly more sustain going on here, comparatively.
Yeah. Yeah, that double drum is, again, a lot of sustain opportunities. And especially, you know, Noizard having it. So having the Clamor to both save somebody from an attack and then have that drum support if you don't need Provoke. I mean, it's a lot of flexibility for sure.
Yeah. Can guarantee it, especially if his opponent didn't bring anti-redirection, which we'll see in a second.
Yeah. Speaking of, I think now we can transition into Frosty, who's going to be the other player in this match.
A fan favorite.
Yeah. Yeah. So Frosty has kind of, in my opinion, Frosty's like big drop into the PvP scene was the Heatwave 2. I like didn't have a whole lot of like tournament PvP results before that, but all of a sudden came into Heatwave number 2 and got to the finals and was defeated by, as it turns out, Wacky Worms. So again, this is a repeat of the finals from Heatwave 2.
That's a good point, but it's been like 3 months since then, and we're on a completely different balance patch. I'm sure Frosty has grown a ton as a player, as well as Wacky Worms, so who knows what will happen here.
Yeah, this is going to be very different, for sure. But I got the little quote here from Frosty. My teams are focused on being able to play around anything that high-end teams throw at me, rather than mostly focusing on my own gameplay. It's that flexibility that makes me really love balanced teams. So, and that's kind of an interesting philosophy, and we'll see that reflected, I think, in the teams, of really trying to have flexible teams, right? Having options to deal with as many situations as possible, rather than trying to be like super synergistic, about their own gameplay. And so, and with that,
oh yeah, I think Frosty's team building philosophy is really shining through when we were looking at his teams here.
Yeah, and bringing up the teams again, we have the team that Frosty is mostly known for, the Blitzswift quick tag shenanigans with some other notorious beasties like Albrax and Raglash. But again, we see a couple other cool teams. I have seen the Brosliden from Frosty before, which I love to see, right? Brosliden also a beastie that's not as much used, but still has some, potentially powerful usage, especially with that quick set.
Yeah, I think both Frosty and Arctech were running this Bro Diva pairing and Last Bash, and they really have a scary counter serve going on here. You get the pump up hyper spike, but you can also get the dump, the quick set dump.
Yeah. Yeah, so why don't you talk about the second team here? Because this is the one that I really think has some really interesting threats. I mean, obviously you just mentioned the counter serve lead of basically you're kind of screwed whoever you attack. Brosliden just clicks pump up, but the problem is if you have a beastie that both has hyper spike but also has quick set, you're almost in a lose-lose situation, right?
Yeah.
Because having a quick set into a 2-action dump is a huge amount of damage to the front row.
Oh, absolutely. I think they're definitely the core of this team, and everyone else on it is really brought up to support them. Like, the biggest issue here, I would say, is like between both of them, they're pretty frail, which Amber Noizard can help. And Torch Pass Lunaptra here too. I think Lunaptra is actually coming in to replace Orgella, which was originally on the team. It has better bulk, it has Torch Pass, it has more consistency. It's like immediately good right out of the gate compared to Orgella, which it was selfish. It required Blaze, it required boosts, and it was easy for opponents to shut down. Whereas Lunaptra is more consistent. And Frosty really prioritizes that consistency in his teams, I want to say.
Yeah. And honestly, I think based off of the other teams we've seen so far, like Orgella is really good when there's a lot of sources of small damage, because as long as it doesn't get down to 0 stamina from an attack, then they aren't going to score. And then, let's say a Dread Tick gets it down to 0, then it goes all the way back up to full because of the super organism trait. So it's really good against like Dread teams and Quake teams and that kind of stuff. But as it turns out, there's not that many that we're seeing in the field here. So I think Lunaptra is going to do probably better against the field. And I think this Torch Pass is kind of to be able to have a second Noizard, if that makes sense. Because you could use Noizard to redirect until it gets low stamina, and then you can, if you have a chance to switch out to Lunaptra, then you can Torch Pass back into Noizard and have that redirection once again.
Torch Pass is proving on all these teams, really. I think only 2 teams in the entire Clash are running without it. One of them is the first team, Frosty, famous quick trap and slap, as he dubs it, but revised. It looks like he replaced Bigger Beam Castellite with Voltoxin and his Zyphosaur with Waddle. Looks like they're filling largely the same niche, but Voltoxin offers a strong source of mind damage. Quick tag telekinesis is a pretty interesting combo. And Waddle has healing and support in Clearfield and Quickset.
Yeah, I do. I think, Quickset is an interesting other boosting choice for sure. And again, does still have that careful shot just for a little bit of sideways pressure. That's always what I thought of the Zyphosaur as, is it's something to quick tag into.
Careful shot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I like that that's still there, right? Because nothing else has a sideways or a front row move. So yeah, I'm curious to see if the adjustments, you know, how it changes the team, but I expect it's still going to be very strong.
Oh, absolutely. Knowing it's Frosty.
Oh yeah.
The third team, I think, is, I want to say, completely new. I haven't seen it before, at least.
Yep. And this
Lots
is definitely
of crying children.
Definitely a mind attacking team. Only mind attacks on here, and some pretty strong ones at that. I mean, we saw our Mantis be pretty strong in the last match that we just saw. If it gets, you know, if it's receiving at the net and it has that power forward trait, those ricochets are gonna hurt, especially if you have tactical pass support.
Yeah, it looks like the gimmick of his third team here is that no matter who you hit, this team is gonna ruin your day.
Yep.
We have Updraft, Zigzag, we have Dig, Shloom, and then Collider and our Mantis was their traits especially.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see how this third team does, but it definitely seems to be kind of a higher damage, more explosive team. But I do notice Slice from Clydarn is the only sideways pressure. I'm surprised that we don't see Dump on like Skiffrig, or Shloom, I guess. But again, maybe just thinks it's more important to have those other, you know, those other plays for, you know, say Torch Pass or Shield.
Oh yeah, we're always sacrificing something.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I'm really excited to see this match coming up. And I'll just pull up the bracket. Again, we are doing the second match of round 1 on the winner's side. Wacky Worms versus Frosty. I'm just gonna go ahead and dip in and tell the, and actually, so it looks like we are gonna use Wacky Worms stream here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just hop on over and see if the player stream is up. All right, let's make sure we have this up and good to go. And of course, I think I may have broken my own overlay here. That's fine. You know, normal tech difficulties when you're doing stuff. But I'm gonna go ahead and just tell the players, you're on it. They're good to start whenever. All right. So with this, let me go ahead and just transition scenes here. I'm gonna have to recapture Discord here. Apologies, everybody, but this is how it goes. All right. We got, actually looks like they're not quite in the lobby yet. So I got a minute here to fix the scores. We're going to have Wacky Worms on the left and we have Frosty on the right, but do you have predictions? Do you have, I didn't even ask you the first time. Do you have a predicted winner for this match? Who do you think is the favorite?
I want to say the favorite is the Wacky Worms. I think I think Frosty is the only player in this class that's actually taking advantage of Jazzed, which is countered by Dread. It can't be used in Dread.
Yep.
And Overwrite, as on Diablosaurus, as you mentioned earlier, might disrupt Frosty's beasties pretty well.
Yeah.
Not to mention that he won last time that they faced, but
yeah. Obviously, we have
pretty even.
We do have the history of, you know, Wacky Worms did win in that Heatwave 2 finals, but again, like you said, it's been a long time from then. There's a very different format, very different teams. I do think there are some good matchups that Wacky Worms teams have against Frosty, but like anything else, it's really just gonna depend on which teams get matched up with what other teams, because again, each team only has to win once. You don't have to beat all 3 of the opponent's team with one team. You just have to be one of their teams with one of your teams. So we'll have to see how that pans out.
Frosty teams are pretty adaptable. Like, as you mentioned it, this versatile balance.
All right, and we're getting into the second match of round 1 in the Conquest Clash 2.
Coming right out of the gate with this Dread team.
Yeah, so interestingly, I see Frosty picking team 2. I think this is one of the ones that we thought was maybe not a good matchup because of the Dread shutting down the Clamor.
Oh.
Do we have a miss game here? I see the immediate forfeit. Well, I will check the players' chat.
Team, maybe.
Oh, maybe it was the wrong team. Oh, it is the wrong team.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wrong rules?
Well, I think because they saw who was going to serve, they're going to have the same person serve.
Makes sense. Frosty getting counter serve with this Bro Diva team is pretty good.
Yeah, we're just making sure the players have the correct setup here. But here we go. Yeah, this is the one with the skiff rig. All right, I think this is the correct setup. I didn't even catch that. It was so fast. But thankfully the players caught it, so we are all good to go. Now we're heading in to the first match between Wacky Worms and Frosty. And yeah, like you said, we see this Dread versus this Bro Diva. Is that the term?
Yeah.
I already forget.
That's
but
what
yeah,
I've been calling it.
let's see how powerful this counter serve is. I think if Frosty gets off to a really strong start, I don't think it'll matter if Dread is a bad matchup.
Oh yeah.
All right, so opting to actually
Wacky
hit.
Worms doesn't mind.
Yeah, opting to hit into this Bro slide in here, so we could see the front row get threatened immediately. So let's see if. Oh, actually, looks like we're seeing a switch in. So one thing that Wacky Worms will sometimes do is basically give up a potential 3-point at the front just to try to get an advantage, but it looks like it pays off because it was just a free ball, not even a hyper
Oh
spike.
yeah.
Because
This is one advantage of Miracle Play. Like, despite Hyper Spike being a net only attack, Frosty can still attack.
yeah, well, the thing is, like, opting to not go for the dump, kind of, again, going for the double provoke instead, but Wacky Worms kind of predicted that and did a switch instead, so kind of just
Does
some
mean he didn't
shuffling
get to hit
around,
that.
shuffling around at the start here. Oh, but here we go.
Oh, predicting the D set, I guess.
Yep. And I mean, even if Cyclone comes out here, this Hyper Spike is still going to do a lot of damage, but I think Skifford will survive. And
Very bulky.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. I mean, if that's the prediction, I think you still Hyper Spike no matter what, even if you think you're going to get Cycloned.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, and ooh, this is kind of an unfortunate beastie ordering for Frosty here, because you have the Clamor in, but then you also have this Bandicraft. I don't think you really want both in there at the same time, but maybe I'm wrong.
Frosty's Bandicraft is pretty offensively kitted, relatively. It's running Tool in full focus, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, so that probably would have been okay, but you never really want to have Noiser in as, more than you absolutely have to. So,
ideal.
so we see the switch out by Frosty there. But again, Dread is set up, so this Noizard cannot redirect attacks anymore until this Dread goes
this
away.
completely shuts down Clamor.
Yeah. And this is what we were talking about before, that Dread might be a bad matchup. And, I mean, quite frankly, Wacky Worms was able to maneuver this game, so it's still 0-0. It's not like Frosty has scored it all. And now Wacky Worms has the setup that he wants.
Yeah, Wacky Worms doesn't really mind going down at the start either.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we might be seeing a lot of Cyclones here. But these beasties are starting to get a little low on Wacky Worm's side. And
Sculpture wipes after this turn.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, we actually see both beasties moving to the front here. Also for Wacky Worms. I feel like Wacky Worms got themselves into kind of an awkward spot here. Well, I don't know. There is for Frosty, I'm trying to think, like, what can Frosty do to kind of outlast this Dread? And I do think that Lunaptra with Torch Pass is going to make a big difference in this matchup if Frosty's going to be able to win.
That longevity is going to help a lot, especially because Scaldra is the only Dread setter on the team, and now it's drained.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually a great point. I didn't even think about that. So Dread is only going to last a few more turns, and because Scaldra is drained, it's not going to come back for quite a while. So potentially Frosty's going to have a window here to put on some really good pressure and take advantage of some of this Jazz and some of this Clamor. Well, it looks like Frosty actually basically opting not to take the point there and instead doing big damage to the ally. So,
Yeah.
wait, was that Clearfield? Wait, what was
Shake
clicked
off.
there? That was Shake Off. Okay, that's why I was confused. I'm like, I saw a healing move, but okay, it's not like Clearfield that we've seen on so many other beasties, but okay, that makes sense. So just trying to keep this Delusia healthy. Delusia, because of its trait in the clouds, it is not affected by Dread or the traps, which is actually really nice because we do see all those traps come out. Oh, and
Yeah.
we do see Wacky Worms does take the first point. That Noiser switching in, but again, does not get its noisy from Clamor because of the Dread still being on the field. So
Bloom
the good...
also shuts down any net attacks from either Bendiva or Lunaptra here.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that either. But it looks like Wacky Worms will have to switch out here.
Yeah. Doesn't mind playing the long game, so I'm sure they'll be back.
Yep. Yeah, and, you know, I didn't even think about this before, but also the traps from Frosty are just not going to do a whole lot because of, I mean, we talked about Delusia, but also this...
Unflappable dugout, you're
yeah.
right.
Exactly. So it's still going to take some damage from the traps, but way less than it would have otherwise. And we also see that chant as an option for dugout here.
Yeah.
Might actually just chant itself so that it doesn't become tired. I'm actually kind of curious what the choice is going to be.
Well, he can't use Shake Off, so might as well.
Yeah, well, it's the choice of, do you want to move to the net? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Deluge is not about the pure damage.
Yeah.
It's more about the Quake, I would say.
Yeah, and I don't think, like, Bendiva could switch in here, but, like, it's not the biggest threat.
Yeah.
It looks like Noiser does switch out. Again, there is a window here where this Noiser can start to get kind of annoying and redirect attacks. Actually, this is a really good point. So this Bandercraft is going to be on full focus, and this tool is going to potentially start doing a lot of damage. So if there can, you know, be Torch Pass into Noiser and still have that redirection, could become a problem.
Oh. You're right, I didn't really think about that either.
Oh, but actually not.
But Frosty's got a lot of options.
Yeah, opting
Spike.
not to
Decent
attack.
Spike, I think,
Yeah.
is... Does it threaten to kill on everyone? No, not...
No, okay.
Not
Delusia
Delusia.
does survive. But yeah, I was expecting Bandercraft to attack because it's in full focus range, but Frosty actually opting
Wonky
to
little thing.
attack with Lunaptra instead, but does do big damage. But now it's kind of awkward for Frosty just because Demanding Set was used, so this Lunaptra is going to be tired. So what do you do? I mean, you could Torch Pass Lunaptra out,
back.
but... Yeah. Well, I guess do you just give up this Bandercraft? It's so low stamina anyways. Yeah, it looks like that's the play.
It looks like he brought back the Diva.
Yeah. So Frosty opting to just give up that point, but get Bendiva back on the field. So the question is, are we going to see Bro Sliden come in here? Or we're going to see... I have to imagine it's Bro Sliden, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's the classic pair.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean...
Scaldra's back. Set up Dread.
Yeah, Scaldra's just came back, and yeah, I have to say, Wacky Worms definitely has been playing this game very well. Is, you know, in the lead 2-0 so far. But, I mean, well, I guess there's a point right back. So it's not over yet.
He did get off that valuable heat up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Putting a timer on Bendiva,
Yeah.
especially when there's already one on Brosliden, can be really helpful.
Yeah, and there we see the Dread come out again. So, again, that Noiser not going to be redirecting attacks. And Quickset is not going to be boosting either.
Yeah, and I don't know if Frosty's going to have the time to wait out Lunaptra's wiped counter for another Torch Pass.
Yeah, it's 5 turns. Because it got drained, it's much longer than if it just got wiped normally.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we still have this Hyper Spike threat.
We totally do. But Wacky Worms can afford to give that up.
Yeah. Yeah, so this might actually come down to the last point. And I kind of like this play from Wacky Worms of just stacking up and just basically admitting, okay, I'm going to lose this point. let me not, have this spiral out of control. Wacky Worms
totally
wants to
makes
take
sense.
the momentum back and can afford to give up a point. And yeah, there we go. And actually probably prefers that Scaldra got wiped. Just
Instead
so
of
that it
drained,
comes
yeah.
back. Yeah, instead of being drained. Oh, and it looks like we have the Garude coming out. I've been waiting to see
The
this.
MVP.
Yeah. And it has
do
a
have
guaranteed
nettle,
way.
too.
Yeah. It can nettle and trigger crowing. Actually, worse than that, it can nettle either one of them. So this is a
Yeah, it's pretty
50-50 for
dangerous.
game. So I guess there's two options. You can nettle. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So you basically have to choose which one do you want to go for. And this way,
Yeah,
actually,
but now
you still get it.
Frosty can't do anything.
Yeah, I didn't even realize
Yes.
the dread tick was enough to drain. Yeah, to drain that Bendiva. So you're gonna get crowing either way. Yeah. Wacky Worms just finding the best plays.
But the Lunaptra is back now, actually. But I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, this is something
It's
that
always
can.
tough when you have a wiped beastie on the field.
Yeah, well, because you're kind of forced to switch out whatever's wiped, and you'll see
Yeah.
here, this grit is not gonna be enough to wipe the Bandicraft, but then the Dread Tick will. So then it's gonna be another turn where Frosty's gonna have to free ball. Oh, actually,
Looks like he's prioritizing the torch pass, getting the torch pass off.
oh, that's
I don't know if he
fascinating.
can. The
So-
Groot is running provoke, isn't it?
Yeah, Guru does have provoke here. That's an interesting decision. So obviously Frosty was gonna have to free ball regardless. So opting to basically not let the Bandicraft get wiped here.
Oh yeah, Wacky Worms' team is way healthier than Frosty's at this point.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Scaldra's on the field, so we're gonna see immediately another Dread.
Dread and Quake,
Yeah, actually,
Even
this
if-
is
even if he guesses wrong here.
yeah. Yeah, I'm actually curious why I thought Quake on the bottom slot would have been. No, it's not quite enough to guarantee a drain on Lunaptra. Okay,
Yeah.
so I kind of get that. Okay, but yeah, now
But the Quake,
yeah, the Quake, yeah, switching in Bandicraft, but unfortunately Bandicraft's not going to be able to do anything because of the Quake.
yeah, it's unfortunate. Quake deals 25, draining Bandicraft.
Yeah. So yeah, this is okay. So this is one way where Dread teams run away with a game that seems impossibly behind, is forcing the other team to free ball. So it's not necessarily about it, scoring points. It's about making it so they can't do anything. And look at that. Now they're double drained. Now there's, it doesn't matter if there's a correct guess here from Frosty. I don't think there's a way for Frosty to come back.
Yeah, this team corners you eventually. It
Yeah,
looks like
and-
he got it.
There we go. Wacky Worms takes game number 1.
3-2, pretty close.
Yeah, it was definitely a close game. It could have gone either way. But Wacky Worms was able to finally get that ultimate control scenario of forcing the enemy team to just free ball over and over.
Oh yeah, and his other teams are pretty based on indirect damage as well. Maybe not to the same degree as that one, but
Yep.
Frosty's gonna have to adapt.
Yep. So okay, players updating the serving rules, which is good after the mishap of the first time. That's totally fine. All right. Yeah. So we're getting into match number 2 here, and it looks like both players have switched out their teams again. So we get to see a totally new matchup here. Yeah, we're gonna see the
Oh, the
Diablo
crying children.
serve. Oh, we got that steamer serve. You'll love to see it.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Might trigger power forward immediately though.
Yep. So, interesting interaction. So overwrite will overwrite the trait when it hits a beastie, but the order that certain effects trigger is a little different for each beastie. So you'll notice there was an easy receive from our Mantis, but it did not get the jazzed, and that's just because of the order of the effects, triggering there, and. So actually not using the easy receive, choosing to just get a tactical pass to start boosting instead. Looks like plans to have our Mantis out here for at least a few more turns to take advantage of that boost, and then getting Ricochet, doing really solid damage to that Mudsley.
Oh yeah, most of Frosty's team here kind of get eaten up by Overwrite. This pair especially seems pretty reliant on their traits, and Spitball on Collider pretty much shuts it down. Because it needs, it's there to give the support to our Mantis, right? It wants to T-pass twice.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good call. So even though it does get the bonus action for this first turn here, it is angry because of the Spitball. And so there is no tactical pass. So there's not really a good way of using those actions unless... Is there Provoke on our Mantis? I don't remember.
It is, yeah.
Okay, so there could be a double provoke and then regular volley. But yeah, like you said, that's not nearly as strong as being able to double tactical pass.
For sure. It might be able to slow down Wacky Worms enough.
Yep, and there we see the double
looks like Wacky
provoke.
Worms predicted it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ziphosaur coming in. So this is actually an interesting situation. Oh, we see that Nettle coming out. So neither of these beasties on the field for Wacky Worms are known for their high attack damage, but at least that Nettle able to do a little bit of indirect damage to make up for it.
Oh yeah, none of Wacky Worms' team actually has full attack invest.
Yeah, which is really interesting.
Oh yeah, not that Debugly really needs it. It does have one of the highest mind powers in the game. But
yeah, that's true.
Little interesting thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that does reflect like how these teams are built. Like none of these teams are super offensive teams, right? They're not aggro teams. They're not out here just trying to boost and do as much damage as possible. They're really supposed to, even if they can do like pretty good attack damage, really they're based on a more control team. So here we are going to see one of the examples of big damage. So we see, you know, volley tactical pass with a captain. Oh, actually choosing to go for twist instead of tool. So going to do less damage, but I think that's a good call.
Makes sense. Yeah. This does shut down one of Frosty's big attackers. And getting that, or draining that Armantis could be really big.
Yeah. Yeah, not having Armantis for 8 turns definitely could be a big deal. Because Armantis is also a great beastie to have the option of switching in. Just because, again, it can threaten that power forward ability immediately and Ricochet. But yeah, now going to be forced to either use Slice or he's going to have to tactical pass and then free ball. Opting to go for the Slice instead.
Makes sense.
And here we're going to see another tactical pass. And then we're going to have Clearfield.
Turn to boost Debugly.
Yeah. Oh, Twist
it looks like Wacky Worms is
quite enough.
looking for the disruption instead of the big damage.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it just shows you how different Wacky Worms is a player. I could not help myself from clicking tool there, like if it was me, right? But I guess it makes sense. Okay, you know that the Cyclone could come in, so Twist is just a much better disruption attack, so it's definitely the better play.
Yeah, he's not scared of Slice.
Yep. So, actually, most of these beasties... Which of these beasties still have their trait? This is the thing I haven't been keeping track. Actually, probably everybody has Overwrite now, right? Yeah, okay. So, yeah. So in that case, so obviously Overwrite is really bad for Clydarn there, but this Shloom loves having Overwrite because normally has a negative trait there.
Just don't know if it's gonna matter. It's pretty low already.
Yeah, it is low on stamina.
It was neutralized effectively by Twist.
Yeah.
For most of its most of its court time.
Yeah. I mean, I think if it like chose to block here, it would survive a Spitball. And yeah, it looks like that's exactly what happens. So we could see is it Dig? Oh, it is Dig Tactical Pass. Okay, so we could see some
into Snipe.
Yeah, we could see some big damage here. But we do see the Cyclone again. Yeah, both teams having Cyclone just means direct attack damage just isn't nearly as effective.
Yeah, thankfully, Shloom does have Dig, so that's one source of damage boost for
That's
Frosty,
true.
But
yes.
still not enough.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So Cyclone does clear all the boosts when BC switch out, but it does not clear all the feelings. So stuff like Jazz will still apply, or stuff like field effects, like Rally. But so that it's not like Cyclone just covers everything. So I mean, I think in the attrition war here, Wacky Worms is slightly winning.
Oh, definitely. Spitball is really doing a number on Frosty here, effectively kneecapping how much damage he can do in a single turn.
Yeah, the combination of overwrite to remove traits, that often could increase damage, stuff like Captain, or power forward. But that also that with Spitball to give that angry to prevent like boosting moves. It's just a really good combination for slowing things down. And then obviously the Cyclone on defense to just lower it even further potentially. So
yeah, and Wacky Worms has clear field, which means he's been able to keep his team pretty healthy compared to Frosty's.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's been a big difference actually. Because I think clear field's been clicked quite a few times here. And when all of your beasties are missing stamina, every time you click clear field, that was actually a great play to move over there.
Yeah, we might get updraft into zigzag here.
Yeah, this could actually. Oh, and I was thinking, it's just going to be Cyclone again, but it looks like Heat Up was actually clicked instead.
That is a Wacky Worms moment.
Yeah,
clicking Heat Up.
Yeah, I know. Click Heat Up at all costs. I feel like that's Wacky Worms' motto sometimes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, it looks like it's just going to be Tactical Pass and then Clear Field also. So actually both players have Clear Field. I just think Wacky Worms has been able to click it more times. Okay,
Spitball hasn't really been helping.
Yeah, okay. So actually, I guess Wacky Worms just was willing to give up the point just to start getting some more sweaty stacks. And actually with that, 3 of the beasties on Frosty's side have sweaty.
Yeah, but Armantis returning could be good news for him.
That is true. There's
especially with Diablosaurus gone.
Yeah, I think there's a window here that Frosty could start to get some offense.
Yeah.
Because there's not going to be any more Cyclone.
Wacky Worms is still focused on disrupting. I don't know if he's pressed Tool at all.
No, not so far this match. Okay, it looks like Shield came out because of the potential of Twist. So Tough would have blocked that Twist and prevented the Shook. So really wanting to make sure that they can attack with Zigzag this turn.
Oh yeah. But it can't get the boost.
No, I mean it's only gonna get one volley here with Zigzag because both of them were angry. Yeah, and here it could be and now there's nothing to stop this Twist from preventing an attack here. So this is kind of an awkward spot because without redirection on Frosty's team, you can't really stop things like Twist every turn, stopping your main attacker from attacking.
Like the funny thing is, this is the team that's like, oh, no matter who you hit into, you're gonna have a bad day because you're gonna boost them. But Twist totally counters that.
Yeah.
And I think, he has Rocket. Does he? No. Wacky Worms is the one that has Rocket.
Yes.
Beetleback doesn't have any attack.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a purely supportive Beetleback, actually. So yeah, we're gonna have to see a free ball here.
Slowing Frosty a little.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they are showing Wacky Worms is showing the strength of Twist. Absolutely. Because I mean, a Twist is a low damage move normally. But quite frankly, if you have a beastie like Debugly that has very high base mind power, and then you're also boosting it potentially every turn, every other turn, like it's not really doing reasonable damage, which I normally don't think of. See, I think of Skull Copy just clicking Twist because it has Twist and Twist is really good disruption, but it never does any damage, right? But this is actually a little different. I didn't really respect how much damage this could do.
Yeah, Twisted Ugly is not really something I think of often, but you're right. He's showing why this works. And Twist is also a play that you mentioned this earlier. It matches up pretty poorly into teams with redirection.
Yeah.
Which is pretty common in bashes, but not so much in this clash.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's actually a good point. I'll save some talking about some of the team stats for later, but there's definitely fewer redirection beasties out of these teams than we normally see, for sure.
Oh yeah. People must have been tired of them.
Or
Wacky Worms is
yeah. I mean, could be for a lot of reasons.
Tool. Could be.
Yeah. But long story short,
to see no more after.
Yeah. But yeah, long story short, that makes things like Twist way stronger. If you know, you can always hit what you want to. It also makes stuff like Shield more important. Oh, actually, blocking that attack there.
Curious?
Yeah, I guess the serve was not going to knock out Beetleback just because Tool can't target the slot, and Twist wasn't going to do any damage without any boosts. So, does save the Beetleback for now, but then the Beetleback's going to get drained. And there's still no attack from Frosty. Yeah, this is just
I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, this is just a really tough situation for Frosty. Like, okay, I'm saying all this, the game is still 1-1, but I feel like Wacky Worms just has all the momentum.
Look at the stamina. Like, I think that says everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and also the sweaty stacks, like.
Oh yeah, the feelings.
Yeah. And yeah, we see another free ball. Okay, so it actually looks like not gonna continue to Twist, would rather get rid of that annoying trait on Clydarn. And use Steamer. Actually, I like this choice, because not only do you get rid of that bonus actions, but you also, start doing some sweaty on it.
Oh. Double T-pass. Into zigzag.
Yeah, that's true. So that's the downside of using Steamer here instead of the Spitball, is you do enable the double tactical pass, but that's actually not even what we see. We just see a double provoke.
Yeah.
Which it does stop the Cyclone for 2 defensive plays. So it would have stopped at that turn, and it's also going to stop at this next turn. So maybe the plan is maybe not this turn to do the big damage, but next turn be able to.
Yeah, it's all set up.
Yeah. So I don't hate that play. Yeah, we see the move up. So again, we're not going to see bonus actions here. Oh, and we're only even going to get 1 volley, unfortunately.
That's true.
So this is not going to be the world's strongest zigzag. Oh, and actually we see Slice instead. I wonder what the thought behind that was.
Considered he'd move back? I don't know. Both of them mentioned that they are players who tend to take risks. Yeah. So you can never really tell.
Yeah, that's a good point. Definitely. All right, well, there we see the rocket that was talked about before, and Frosty makes a good play to block.
Yeah, that is really smart lane stacking.
Yep. And not only that, I mean, this means it will be a full power zigzag with us, effectively 2 volleys, and we're going to see the tactical pass. So are we going to see a provoke? Yeah, okay, looks like that's what we're going to see. All right, so big opportunity here for Frosty. Let's see what it's going to be here. Okay, so it is just going to be a zigzag. And yeah, takes the score, and now Frosty's in the lead all of a sudden.
He has the momentum. And Diablo Ceres can't really switch in at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's actually a critical point that you bring up. Diablo Ceres being that low, and there's no way to... Well, I shouldn't say there's no way to heal it up. There's no
Torch Pass.
Yeah, Zephysaur has Torch Pass, but it just got wiped. So, but there is clear field.
At least.
Yeah, clear field is an option. Oh, but it looks like we're gonna see the tactical pass with Captain to try to get some counter pressure here, which I do kind of like this. So Clydarn is drained because of that sweaty. That sweaty is doing work over time. But we do see getting some damage onto Skiffrig. Skifford could move up and then get a big zigzag off, but then it's going to be a sitting duck the next turn. Actually, that's not true. It will have shield. So, I don't know. There's some options for Frosty here.
Shloom's got pretty big bulk too. Pressing heat up here. Wow.
Yeah, wants to. This is Wacky Worms. That's what I'm talking about. We'll click heat up at all costs.
This junction?
It's a little late to be clicking heat up. I mean, the opponent has 2 points.
Oh, I respect it.
It's just really funny. But I respect it. I respect it. I mean, there's a reason why Wacky Worms is a fantastic player.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we could see a shield this turn. I don't think there's a provoke. Yeah, there's no provoke on Wacky Worm's side. So Frosty could click shield. Obviously, you can switch out also, but I think you'd rather just stay in at this point. Because, I mean, 27 stamina is not really great to have on a benched beastie. Actually, just stays in and takes the knockout. And it just like that, it's 2-2. It's all tied up.
Wow, it looked like Wacky Worms had all the momentum earlier, but right now it looks pretty even.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. I just feel like the twist loop of just never letting Frosty attack
that looks brutal.
Yeah, it looked really effective. And maybe Wacky Worms is going to try to set that up again, because here comes the Debugly back in.
Yeah, pretty healthy too.
Yeah. I would never think that Debugly is the biggest threat on a team, but it certainly made its presence known here.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and we see the twist come out. What's going to be the response
Beetleback
here?
is on the field again.
Yeah. I don't remember if there's shield here. No. Oh, but Shlu comes in.
No, I think he's running for boat. Yeah. So we do have one source of damage.
Yep. Okay, so Frosty making a reasonable play of making sure that Shloom can come up and attack here.
That sweat and ancient might be pretty hard on it, though.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be able to stick in for very long. But you know what? At this point in the game, it's not like the end of the world. There's only going to be a few more turns left of this game. It's tied 2-2.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of your bench is low here. Oh, and actually, instead of going for a move up, actually just decides to go for the provoke and attack from the back. Prevents the block. Maybe wanting to stop the double clear field? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
But yeah, so what do you think? Who's going to switch in here? I imagine there's going to be a switch in.
Tool looks like it can kill, but not on Beetleback. But I don't think Frosty wants Beetleback out on the field against Debugly anymore.
Yeah, with Twist, I think you want 2 attackers if possible. Oh, going for a big play there. Actually, just walking back. Huge risk, but I think it pays off. You essentially just buy another turn before you have to bring your bench in. Although, that's a problem. Both beasties are going to be drained next turn because of the ancient plus the sweaty.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Wait, so Frosty... all of a sudden, Frosty basically has to win this turn or be very good at guessing 50-50s for the next, 4 turns.
Wacky Worms' Torch Passer's back as well.
Yeah. Actually...
So he still has options.
Yeah, that's a big point. I mean, with how difficult Debugly's been to deal with, if there's a Torch Pass back into Debugly, that could be really annoying. Yeah.
A double drain. There we see it.
Yeah, that's the double drain that we were talking about. And all right, how good is your guessing, Frosty? Let's see it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, but we see Steamer. I kind of like this play from Wacky Worms, just saying, okay, maybe this is obvious. Maybe this is obvious, but I still cover one of your 2 beasties that's drained. And this way I get a little upside, even if I'm wrong, getting the 2 extra sweaty stacks.
Frosty getting that provoke off of Beetleback is really good too, because it means that Wacky Worms can't use that extra turn to really do much.
Yeah. So I think it's funny that Clydarn actually got put in here.
Oh, the raw swap instead of Torch Pass.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Maybe thinking, well, obviously there's no need to immediately because we know it's going to be a free ball.
Right.
And honestly, maybe because the bench is so low, Wacky Worms is just thinking, oh, I'm just going to double heal my bench with Clearfield. Oh, it's actually Tactical Pass
Oh.
instead. Okay, so Wacky Worms is saying, screw the long game. I'm just going to try to win right now. Which, again, makes sense. I mean, it's tied 2-2. So we'll have to see what happens here. Yeah, I mean, there we do see the
That's one
twist,
thing,
but
yeah.
I think that's not actually the worst thing in the world here. This Clydarn does have an attack, so there's at least going to be some attack coming out.
Yeah, +2 slice.
Yeah,
Oh, just +1?
yeah, looks like. Oh, wait, does that mean there was an overwrite? Is that a Captain Beetleback? I actually don't know.
It's a helmet. It's
It is a helmet. Okay, that's why I didn't move up.
Yep.
That makes sense. All right, so yeah, now we're starting to see this tool come out. So after a couple boosts, again, this Debugly, it could use disruption with, twists, but is this the first time we've seen tool clicked?
He pressed it earlier too, I think.
Oh, okay.
Pretty surprising.
But it's been twist like the majority of the time,
Oh yeah.
which again has been kind of
This team
interesting to see.
loves its bad feelings.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, I think that's good. Just good calculation from Frosty, realizing, wait, if I just click Cyclone, then you won't do enough damage with Tool. So
Yeah, but it does mean cycloning in the torch passer.
yeah, that is the downside. But hey, you gotta
Sure is.
gotta take every advantage you can get, I guess.
At this point, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, I don't see how much stamina that Beetleback has, but I feel like this is gonna be
looks
another tough
tiny.
spot afterwards for Frosty because this Clydarn is gonna be drained, and this Beetleback is gonna be. Well, it would have been low stamina. Oh, actually, yeah, that's true.
3 clear fields. Nice.
Actually, triple clear field. Actually, not even opting to attack at all. Just to try to get the this Beetleback healthier. But this is the problem. Now all of a sudden you have this twist coming out again, and you only are gonna have one attacker on the field.
Oh yeah, this last point is lasting a while.
Yeah, it is.
But now we have the twist out while Beetleback's on the field again, so
Yeah, and this is really the downside of having a beastie on the field that can't attack.
yeah, plus everything else it looks like is wiped. And Beetleback dies to sweat pretty soon.
Yep. Yeah, and the
Might
thing
be-
is, Wacky Worms bench doesn't look super healthy either, but the problem is there's just no... if you're able to just click twist every turn and they're just freeballing, then it doesn't matter. They're never going to be able to get through you.
Yeah, I think Skip does have shield, which might do something, but
That's true. Okay, so that's a good point. So maybe next turn, Skiffrig can actually click shield and then be able to get an attack off.
fully possible.
But the other question is like, okay, so twist is not
Oh, and
quite enough to get rid of Beetleback.
Well, justice for Helmet, Beetleback finally.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, going for Rocket, which is
Wow.
going to be enough. Wait, that's a fantastic play.
Yeah,
Because Frosty is like
I'm not sure if Frosty's gonna
90%.
predict this.
Frosty is 90% going to want to click shield because shield makes it so you don't die to a tool and also blocks Twisted. So this is potentially a huge play from Wacky Worms. And just like that, Wacky Worms takes
my
it.
goodness.
Takes the second
Intense
game.
match.
Wow, in dramatic fashion at the end there. Holy crap.
These are really close games.
Dang. Yeah, that was really close. I mean, obviously Wacky Worms, had the momentum at the end there, but like finding that one edge case to close it out was really impressive.
Same team from Frosty, but it's Clydarn versus Clydarn, it looks like.
Oh yeah, Clydarn on both sides, but we get to see the Gremler. All right, let's see what Wacky Worms can do with this Gremler.
Oh, right. Frosty's not running any anti-redirection.
Yep. And there's the only move that can hit the front row is Clydarn there on Frosty's
Yeah.
side. So this Gremlin could potentially just sit there for the whole game. But again, so this is a little bit different though, because I think this is one of the few teams that Wacky Worms has that does not have tons of indirect damage. Although
Yeah.
I see the
Straightforward.
traps. But not as much
Not a
like
ton.
sweaty and dread and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. There is boom and lay trap, but relatively.
Yeah. Oh, and we do see the easy receive coming out here. And the Clyde aren't actually coming back in. I think that's on purpose. So Clyde aren't, there could be like a volley tactical pass. But yeah, it threatens the front row with that slice, which I think is really important for getting this Gremlin out of position. Anytime that you...
Oh.
Yep, there you go. You go for the slice. Yeah, and Frosty taking the first point. I think that's a really good start.
Yeah, this team from Wacky Worms doesn't counter Frosty's team as heavily, it looks like. Offensive Gremlin is really interesting to see.
Yeah, especially after the nerf. So the thing with Slippery Gremlin is there was a recent nerfs where it does 25% less damage now. So it makes it so attacking Gremlin is a little bit less encouraged to run. But it's still absolutely viable because, again, the strength of Gremlin is it can stay on the field forever if you don't have a way to remove it specifically. So with enough boosts, this Gremlin, even with the damage nerf, could still threaten some KOs.
I'm curious to see if Frosty goes for the slice again.
I mean, that is one way to absolutely take this game. And this is why front row moves are so important against Gremlin. If you don't have some other way of anti-redirection.
Oh, it looks like it is.
Yep. Man, and that's a good choice from Frosty. Frosty basically saying, I'm going to force you to move up. I'm not going to let you just click defensive moves. Yeah, exactly. Doing it twice in a row. All right, so we're going to have to see, is Wacky Worms going to be able to get any momentum here? Does have its own Clyde and actually gets double tactical pass tool. So this should do quite a bit of damage.
Hopefully.
And again, if these boosts are able to stack up on Gremlin, that's when it can start to get, really out of hand.
Yeah, the thing is just that the turns haven't really lasted long enough for that to matter because of Slice.
Yeah. Yeah, actually this time opting not to bring Clyde in. I'm not sure what the damage numbers would have been, but see now Wacky Worms can just sit in the back and click Cyclone. There's not really anything Frosty can do about it.
It's pretty disruptive, but Frosty's team all work pretty well with each other.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and again, we're seeing the strength of Frosty's team when it's not up against, these very specific tools. Like, when it's not up against Twist and it's not up against Dread. It has some very powerful options. But yeah, I really do think the win condition is exactly this. It's getting Clydarn in with one of your stronger attackers and really just forcing your opponent to guess what you're going to do.
It does seem to be a key member of both teams.
Yeah, and actually here we see one of the ways Wacky Worms can avoid guessing is just switching in this Noizard.
That's true.
And I think this is probably a decent choice. So Noizard has pretty high base mind defense anyways. So even if it is double tactical pass zigzag, it should survive.
But instead he goes for the Cyclone.
Wow.
Surely he won't do it again, right?
Yeah, I mean that's who was gonna blink first, and I guess Frosty blinked first. And yeah, and Wacky Worms.
That was a very risky play.
It was very risky, but I think it's a pretty big deal. That's one of the ways Wacky Worms can come back in this game. is
Clicking
having
every
guesses
support
like
move they
that.
have.
Because the other thing is, I often say this when I'm talking about like 2-point matches, is preserving the HP of your redirectors is actually pretty important. Because
Oh,
they are,
agreed. And that's why welcoming bongus is so good here too.
yeah. Well, that's the thing is, but even with the welcoming bongus, all right, there's the first point for Wacky Worms starting to come back. But even if you have like Torch Pass or welcoming or something like that, like you don't want to have Noiser switch in unless you like absolutely need to, right?
Oh yeah.
Ideally, because it's such a powerful tool to have. Yeah, and now we're starting to see the tornado ball serve to get advantage of some of those traps.
He does finally have to swap out the Collidarn.
Yep.
But he doesn't have to worry about Slice in the front row anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I kind of just glossed over that because I was talking about another point, but yeah, the fact that Wacky Worms didn't just wipe any beastie, it wiped Frosty's Collidarn. I think that's a pretty big deal because again, now Wacky Worms can just sit in the back for free for at least a few turns.
I was wondering when Drum would come into play.
Yep, and it looks like that time's now. Oh, potentially seen a free ball.
Yeah, doesn't want to give Armantis a power forward ricochet.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, if maybe predicting like a shield or something. Or I
don't think he's running shield, it's running provoke.
Okay, it is running provoke. Because alright, so I wonder why Tool wasn't clicked then. I guess with the calculations it would have survived with the blocking.
Yeah. Armantis does have a pretty respectable mine defense.
Yeah. Alright, looks like it's just a regular tag out. So not gonna be able to benefit from welcoming at all, but we'll have a pretty powerful attacker here. And actually, the other benefit is it's not gonna have to volley at all. So we could potentially see double trap or like provoke trap. Oh wait, is that? Okay, so yeah, it is. It is going to be double trap, it looks like. Trying to set up for a bit of a longer game here.
Yeah, Crab and Gremlin are a pretty strong combo.
Yeah, so the Crab Array having the trade. Oh, actually getting the wipe
suddenly
too.
It's tied up.
Yeah, it's tied 2-2. And also can lead with a stomp to get a power boost.
But scarily, the Collidarn with Slice's back.
Ah,
so
that's
the front
true.
row is probably going to be threatened again.
Yeah.
I don't know if Frosty's going to bring it out now, but something to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's kind of it's an interesting decision whether you bring out Collidarn now or later. I almost think it is better to bring it out later.
Yeah, it doesn't threaten much damage on its own.
Yeah, and Beetleback...
he still has Noizard in the back, too.
Yeah, so that's the good news for Wacky Worms is Noizard has still not switched in. So at any time, Noizard can come in and to deal with a 50-50. But yeah, I think from Frosty's side, you want to kind of save that Collidarn, for as long as possible. Oh, actually switching in the Noizard now in place of the Gremler. Interesting choice. I wonder if expecting a provoke here.
Yeah, having provoke on the field, especially when Gremler isn't paired with Collidarn anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking like, okay, so that was a stomp serve from Crab Array,
yes.
So it is +1. So maybe just thinking, just trying to keep it on the field as long as possible and potentially get even another boost out of it. Yeah, because that stomp is going to threaten a lot of damage here.
Yeah, moving to the front, it kills both, I think. Although Skifrig is running shield.
Yeah, well, but, it's still a guess, because obviously both are going to be low enough.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually going to be a provoke
instead,
potentially? Well, I guess at this point it has to be provoke, right? Yeah. All right, so actually not threatening the skiff rig, but does get the provoke to stop the shield.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
That is something.
This is really interesting. So actually just deciding not to try to get a game-winning play, but just trying to get both of them really low.
Yeah, it would have been guessing on that part.
Yeah.
I suppose Wacky Worms wants something more reliable.
Yeah, and the Gremler's going to switch back in here. Does Crabber survive? It must survive a zigzag here, right?
I don't know. I imagine Wacky Worms has calculated zigzag math is some funky magic.
Some arcane magic, yeah.
It's all about vibes.
I feel like move up tactical pass. This might be enough. I feel like it is.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I guess Wacky Worms
was.
didn't get the calcs right, and just like that, Frosty takes a
Happens to
game.
all of us.
It's not over yet. All
Oh
right.
yeah.
So Frosty is on the board. Now has to win with the other two teams here. Well, that was wow, that was really down to the wire.
Ew, yeah. All of these matches, they're going like 3-2.
Yeah.
Frosty says he's taking a little break.
Yeah. Well, after an intense game, I can understand. Oh man. But yeah, that's I'm trying to think like, so Wacky Worms absolutely was like, I felt like was in a slightly better position, but it was still definitely kind of iffy. I don't remember what Wacky Worms bench looked like. I don't think it was all 100% healthy.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
Pydon was pretty low. I want to say Bongus was about mid stamina.
Yeah, Bongos was definitely not full stamina. Yeah, and so I guess, so maybe the thought was, there was actually nothing that Wacky Worms could do.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because obviously, it was, I don't think, the Noiser was only at, I think, 54 stamina or something. So, like, I'm not even sure it would have survived.
Might have not been enough, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's hard to maybe track things in the moment there. But regardless, we are heading into game number 4 between Wacky Worms and Frosty.
And Slap.
Yep. Back to the original team, at least that I think of, from Frosty. With, again, like you said, some minor modifications. Got the Voltoxin and got the Waddle in there. But that core of it, the Blitzswift and the Riplash and the Albrax, all still there.
Oh, yeah. Very familiar to us.
And it will be Frosty leading this time.
Pretty good when Riplash has launched.
Yep. It's true. So actually opting to get the Blitzswift out of there.
Oh yeah, don't want it quick tagging.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can just provoke it and then it won't be a threat. So I'm a little curious why it was not Riplash Cyclone instead, but I'm sure Wacky Worms has a game plan here. And already we see, gets a provoke off, get some traps up, gets a boost. This is a great thing about.
Riplash can't block, so. But Waddle.
Yeah, Waddle is a good switch in here, I think, because it gives you the front row pressure. And then you also obviously have Voltoxin as like a main damage threat. Yeah, and there we see the quick set, potentially boosting this damage by quite a bit on this Voltoxin. I actually like this combination quite a bit. And there we see the roll shot. But it is Cyclone, but it's still enough, even with the Cyclone, because of the Jazz boost. Stain.
Wow, that was a fast first point.
Yeah. Frosty taking the first point almost immediately.
Yeah. And Gremler, I don't think can do much as an attacker without Collidarn.
Yeah, it's not going to be able to get boost that easily. Well,
Yeah.
if you can't boost the Gremler, then just use the Gremler as support. We see the Crabber come here. I might be double trap. We might see a trap provoke, or we might see juggle. Who knows?
Oh yeah, Wacky Worms has a lot of options here. Juggle, juggle, provoke, lay trap.
And it looks like it's just double lay trap. It's I don't care if you click any
Oh.
support moves. I'm just gonna make you
Wacky Worms
suffer if
loves
you
his
try to
indirect
switch
damage.
in. Yeah, look at that. And Riplash switches in and just takes a bajillion damage.
Yeah. That is one lower defense of Riplash, despite its overall bulk.
That's true. It is weaker to body defense, so that's probably why it took so much damage, even though there wasn't any boosting. Obviously,
Yeah.
that plus the traps. Oh, we see a freeze ray come out with the provoke. I kind of like this. So, provoking Gremlin, you know it's not going to be able to do any of the nasty stuff. And yes, you do give it double juggle, but it doesn't have dive anymore. And stomp is not like a huge amount of damage. So, this at least makes it so you could survive. But the question is, do you try to switch here? And if you do, into what? Oh, actually, Cyclone's the Gremlin. I guess just deciding, okay, gonna take the point, but the thing is, Albrax trapping in Gremlin doesn't really do anything because Gremlin wants to stay on the field anyways, and this way, you're actually trapping potentially something significant.
Especially with something with welcoming.
Yeah. So, I can kind of see the vision.
Yeah.
But yeah, with that, Wacky Worms and Frosty both have 1 score apiece in this game. Actually, that's a kind of... That looks like a very aggressive move up to me. This Crabberay might be getting into a little bit of danger.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up here. I think he wants to swap out Bongus.
Yeah. Yeah, and it might just be a, risk-reward play of, okay, you're probably going to hit Bongus anyways, so if I can get my Crabberay up, that makes it so I can either at least get some more damage on the counterattack, or maybe a next turn you can switch it out, but this Crabberay is low stamina already, so...
Definitely.
Oh, wait! Maybe it was because of the roll shot!
It paid off.
Wow.
Was he predicting that?
I mean, I would say that's an insane prediction, but I'm looking at Frosty's bench. The Shark was not available to quick tag, and Waddle doesn't really do any damage, so actually...
Careful. I mean, he might have been covering up the careful shot. Either way.
That's true. It might have been carrying careful shot, too.
Oh, yeah, Wacky Worm's probably seen enough sideways attacks for a lifetime.
Yeah. Well, when you play with Gremlin, you gotta get used to dealing with sideways attacks, right? That's just just comes with the territory. But actually, that's another benefit of moving Crabberay up, is now you can actually keep it in even longer because you can switch in this Noiser to draw this attack away. I'm curious to see if this is going to be Soul Crusher. It is Soul Crusher.
Oh,
This
wow.
can do a lot of damage.
Makes sense.
99!
Oh, wow.
Holy crap. I don't know if there was any mind defense investment, but if there was, Wacky Worms got it just right. Just enough to survive. Oh, that's funny. So yeah, that's potentially a really big deal here. Especially because, it can be torch passed into later. And again, this Crabberay is going to get yet another attack off here. And this Stomp, it's already gotten boosted so many times. I mean, this just wipes everything.
That is a lot of damage. Does it wipe everything in the front? Does
It
Wiltopson
should.
have shield? I don't think it is. It's
I don't think
Roll Shot
so.
Soul Crusher.
Yeah, and there you
Yeah.
go. All right, second point for Wacky Worms. Although now it's an awkward spot that your Noiser is now trapped. So I think,
Oh, you're right.
yeah, I think Frosty's going to be able to get a revenge point pretty quickly here. So then it's going to be down to the last one.
Once again.
So I guess trying to consider who to attack here. I mean, Albrax obviously is notoriously annoying for trapping your beastie in, but definitely has maybe more potential upside hitting the other slot. Maybe worried about the Blitz Swift being able to quick tag if you don't hit that top slot. And that looks
Yeah,
like
I was
that's
thinking that too.
Yeah, it looks like that's what the choice
Correct
was.
play. But, I mean, all of this said, Noise Art is still
Yeah, Noiser's gonna go down to freeze right here. So I guess you just move up in case for some reason they decide to attack the other slot. But so Frosty at least has an option here to quick tag just to set up for the serve next turn. Yeah, and it looks like that is what the choice was. So this way, Frosty actually gets the shark into the serving slot, so there could be a launch serve. Wait, how much damage does it do? 45?
Pretty well.
Wait, is that enough to knock it out?
The crab ray?
Yeah, I don't see how much stamina the crab ray is. It might have it might have more than 45. It looks like 40 something. I can't tell. But either way, this is going to be pretty significant damage. Let's see. No, okay.
Oh,
it had more. It had more.
Quite.
Okay.
Wow, Drum putting in some work here.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Drum has been probably giving a lot of healing over all of these different turns, especially keeping
I don't know if it would
in.
survive without.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the question. Well, okay, so you really want to... This is a little tough. The problem is I'm worried about Crabberay getting trapped.
Yeah, because, like, Albrecht can just shift over, and Noisart is wiped.
Yeah. Okay, so Provoke at least prevents the block here to make sure there's not an easy receive. So that should... Yeah, but that doesn't fully stop... That doesn't fully stop moving over. So
Yeah.
Albrecht could move to trap the Crabberay and then freeze ray. Is that enough? It is.
Oh,
it's
freeze ray
29
kills.
damage. So, okay, Frosty has a game-winning play here. Does Frosty see it? Frosty has to move behind. Oh, it looks like Frosty found it.
Quick trap and slap.
Look at that tractor beam
Living
stopping
up
the
to its
switch. And just like that, it is tied 2-2. Wacky Worms and Frosty tied. Is Frosty going to get revenge for the second heat wave? Oh, man. Well, it just proves it's not over till it's over.
Oh, absolutely.
And now we get to see the
is neck
last
and
two
neck.
teams. All right, here we go. Yeah, and I think Bendiva's gonna probably be a annoying one to go up against with that dump threatening the front row. But
I imagine.
you'll have to see how this pans out here. Looks like just opting to go for double trap immediately. I don't think there's clear field on Frosty's side, so I think that's a good play to just get the traps out early. Yeah, and I guess the question is here is, do you bring Bendiva in just to try to immediately threaten the front row? But no, it looks like it's just going to be threatening Hyper Spike.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how these teams match up against each other, but I'm not so sure it's so clear cut.
Yeah. Yeah, again, a lot of the like really big damage that can be output here can be stopped by Wacky Worms' team potentially. Wow, Wacky Worms is just playing super fast now. Has a very clear game plan, I guess.
They're learning from each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and see that Hyper Spike, Wacky Worms had a good switch in for it. Wasn't forced to move to the front or anything, so... and now this Bongus is potentially just going to be able to switch out for Clydarn again and give a big heal.
Oh, we'll see. Bendiva can always come in and threaten front row, like you say.
Yep.
Oh, but instead, we get Bandy.
Yep. And so the good news is this is already a boosted Brosleiden. So this free ball, it gets a demanding set, which demanding set is basically free here because it's already tired.
It's going to be... Yeah.
So, free ball is probably not going to KO anything, but it could do pretty good damage.
Especially because Collider's no longer in the field. Can't Cyclone.
Yep. Oh, it's actually just double lay trap free ball, which, you know what? I kind of like
Lots
that.
of traps.
So actually opting to go for the crab instead, so it doesn't get the welcoming heal and already
If free ball
takes.
into crab,
Yeah.
doesn't that make the ball hittable?
Oh, you're right. So it could actually
So
get the
it gets
double juggle
double
boost.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that because
Wacky
yeah.
Worms turning into an advantage.
Yeah. So normally with the agile trait, you don't have to volley the ball to be able to hit it with Crab Array, but you don't get the damage boost from the first juggle still. And actually, we just saw a stack up there from Frosty, potentially just to conserve some stamina, because that dive was going to do a lot of damage.
I totally get it.
And now we're going to have potentially a stomp serve to just start stacking up boosts.
One advantage of drum. But the question is, does Frosty stay with this pair in?
I think there's a pretty good chance that the answer is yes, just because of that pump up. Yeah, there you go.
Pump up plus all that lay trap. Hyper Spike is available again.
Yeah, and I have to imagine. Oh, I feel like if Bonga switches in here, it's gonna get knocked out. Although to be fair, that might be anything that switches in here.
I think that's But if it does swap in, it still gets to activate welcoming after it's wiped.
That's a good point. You know, I don't know why I never think about beasties using their traits while they're wiped. Kind of like how Albrax still traps you in it, even if it's wiped. I
think it's very smart from Wacky Worms.
Yeah, no, you made a great point there. So, Wacky Worms knew something was going to get wiped, so you might as well wipe Bongus and then switch into something else and get the heal. So actually, wait.
Yeah.
It looks like Frosty got that score with Tool and not Hyper Spike. It looks like.
Oh, you're
accurate?
right.
So, the good news is for Frosty,
he still
that
has
means
Hyper Spike.
yeah, there's still Hyper Spike available, but didn't reset the traps. So the traps are a little lower here. Although it's pretty easy to set them back up again. Yeah, but here we have the Clydarn, so it could start to boost this Gremler again. But let's see if it's going to be provokes or not.
Having Cyclone is pretty good against D-set and Pump Up as well.
Yeah. Again, as long as that Bin Diva's not on the field, Cyclone is not so bad. Although I'm not sure it would survive Hyper Spike even with Cyclone. Oh, it looks like it's going to be Tornado Ball. You know, I don't hate this. Because...
Yeah, not a bad option.
Yeah, because you trigger the traps, do a bunch of damage, and then also Bandicraft is...
It does have full focus active.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about it. I was like, oh, Bandicraft's going to do less damage than Bro Sliding, but with full focus...
Not a common thing we see.
Yeah.
Attacker Bandicraft that isn't zigzag.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is normally you see it in very specific setups, right?
Oh, yeah.
But this one's just full focus without
Frosty's
any way to
out.
easily have it take damage. And yeah, I think this is a pretty good situation to be in. He actually just sacrifices the Bongus again. Because it was still wiped. So if you're going to lose a point anyways, just get welcoming again. That's really funny. But I mean, we're joking about this, but Frosty is up 2-1 now. Frosty is at match point.
Very healthy beasties.
Yeah. So Frosty is in a pretty strong position now. And again, poised to beat Wacky Worms in this match.
Rising.
Let's see if Wacky Worms can do anything to come back. Oh, looks like actually just going for the double juggle dive. Not going for any disruption.
So makes sense.
Oh, okay, yeah, Gremler is provoked. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Hard to keep track of things.
Yeah. So easy to focus on. Oh, and actually giving up the point.
Serve.
Giving up the point, but it is free ball serve. That's a good point. Oh, but if Bendiva switches in here, this could be a kind of big threat. Although it can't get to the net though.
Yeah, not immediately.
Okay. All right,
but
so maybe not. Maybe it's Lunaptra coming in. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So Lunaptra can't spike itself either. We might just see another provoke and a rattle just to stop this Gremler from doing anything nasty.
Oh yeah, he might play Disruption, but Lunaptra still does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Lunaptra with muscle memory, like, it will do some damage, but yeah, it looks like it's the provoke rattle.
Right.
But again, that's not like a lot of pressure.
Looks like he's running for the drum stomp again? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, and
The
actually,
welcoming's gonna help.
yeah. Yeah, I like the setting up the drum.
Yeah.
I think there's low enough damage from the other side that it's fine. So I think if Frosty is able to switch in Bendiva and threaten the front row, I think that's going to be a really big play. But the question
yeah,
is, how do you do
Bendiva.
that? Yeah, and chooses the
Oh,
slot,
here it is.
the wrong slot. To, it was really just a guess.
Yeah, but Frosty's still in it for sure. Both of them are.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. It's more like Wacky Worms avoiding a potentially difficult
Good for
situation.
Wacky Worms.
Yeah. So, do we think it's just going to be a regular tag, or is this going to be a torch pass? I assume Crabberay is going to be the choice here.
I don't think Wacky Worms wants Torch Pass out. Oh yeah. Plus
Oh
there's the
yeah, the
provoke.
provoke. Yep. So Wacky Worms anticipating the provoke makes the correct switch there. Yeah. So Spitball, doing some damage, but Welcoming basically offsetting that. Yeah, it's probably going to be late trap provoke, and then we're going to see a pretty big dive here. And the good news is you can just target that Bendiva slot to make sure that there's not going to be a front row attack. Well, actually, does dive
can tag in and use D-sets.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah, it's back up.
Yep. Okay. So, all right. So this could potentially be a difficult turn. Okay. I actually seeing that dive won't really have any meaningful knockouts. Just decide to get a boost instead. All right. This is it. We could see a very powerful dump here, but
Yeah, Noizard.
yep.
Pocket Noizard's always useful.
Yep. Again, saving that Noizard until the last possible second to get you out of a bad situation. Let's see if it's enough for this game. Again, at least has pretty high mind defense, so should be able to tank this.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, actually going for Spitball instead of Dump, anticipating that switch. Which I think is a good choice. Just to
I
make
think
sure there's
so,
no
yeah.
provoke or anything like that. Ooh,
But
look at that
Crabberay
stomp.
still.
Wait,
Does that kill everything from the
I
front?
was about to say, is that
Yeah.
that might be game because Lunaptra actually does not have Survivor. Nothing is wiped on Frosty's side, but nothing can survive.
Yeah.
This might actually be game. Man, making that stomp attack last turn to get the boost, really coming in clutch here. And this
Really smart
potentially
play.
is Wacky Worms securing the victory. Is there going to be any options? No, there's not.
Oh,
Wacky Worms
wow, that's
takes
game.
it. Man, what a nail biter.
Amazing game.
Avoiding a reverse sweep, I believe, because Wacky Worms was up 2-0, right? And then Frosty came back 2 in a row.
Oh, Frosty put up an amazing fight.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it was last game. It was, yeah, last game, last score. And, that was, yeah, last point. That was an excellent match. That was fantastic. Thank you to both players for showing us that. And
Yeah,
with
really
that,
looking forward to the next match.
yep, and with that, we will go and update the bracket. Wacky Worms taking it in dramatic fashion. Again, we've had some fantastic games today. So,
Already.
so here's the good news. Good news, Knight and Frosty, they're not out. They're just brought down to loser's bracket. But that does set up our winners finals of Dino versus Wacky Worms. But before that, we're going to take a short break. But Kim, I want to give you the opportunity. Do you have any last thoughts about that set?
I'm just so blown away. I don't really know if I have anything to add. Like, the Beastieball spoke for itself.
Yep. There you go. You just have to
Thanks for
watch it
having
and
me.
you get to see how amazing it is. So, all right. So we're going to take a short 10-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to do winners finals to see who moves on to the grand finals and who's going to be able to wait until the last second on day 2
Yep.
to play everybody.
Thanks for watching.
All right. We are back, everybody. with the winners finals between Dino and Wacky Worms. Kim left. Thank you, Kim, for co-commentating with me the last 2 games. But now we have Scarm. Scarm, thank you for joining us. Introduce yourself.
I'm glad to be here. I'm extremely sleep deprived and here to have a good time. I'm sort of known for helping organize some of these tournaments behind the scenes.
Yeah, we've really appreciated your help for sure. Also, you put together the beginning primer, right, for PvP, for all these different beasties and different terms and all sorts of great information. So,
our miniature small gun. I mean, it's really the community's document, but it is a fun little project that I've been doing.
Yeah, which I think is awesome. Really appreciate it. But anyways, we don't want to delay too much. Again, we just saw Wacky Worms versus Frosty. Fantastic sets. Dino obviously had a great set against Knight too, but we've gotten a taste already about some of these teams. So we've seen what they're capable of. Maybe we didn't see all of Dino's, or no, we must have seen all of Dino's team. I think it was like one team from Knight
we
didn't
see all
see,
of them.
but,
yeah.
So I'm going to go
Spirit.
ahead and just jump right into Dino's channel and see if I can get the stream up. And of course, I will probably have to recapture this, as is tradition, every time I do one of these things, but that's fine.
Every time.
That's fine. I'm going to play this. Tell the players you can start whenever. Obviously, we just had a bit of a break. You know, Wacky Worms just got back from a really long set, so we want to make sure, you know, they have time to recover, go to the bathroom, get some water, do whatever they need to do, right? And so we can see a good match here. All right, let me recapture everything, and then we can get going. All right. So we should have Dino on the left here, and we're going to have Wacky Worms on the right. I am super excited to see this match. This is a match.
Yeah, the 2 kings of control.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, because, like, when you think of... I kind of asked this before, or, you know, Kim talked about it, but, like, what do you think of when you think of Dino nowadays?
Honestly, it's hard to predict what to think of Dino because it seems every time he comes up with something crazy, like the Diablo team that he's running this time is a brand new one that he was so invested in building that he tried not to test it too publicly, is what I heard.
Yeah.
But originally you thought of Gremler, and it turns out Wacky Worms you also think of Gremler, and it's only on one of these. Oh no, it is on 2. It is on 2. It's just a non-standard Gremler on the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's definitely true.
Gremler.
Yeah, they did both bring Gremler, but it's just really interesting to me that Dino was so... I almost thought of Dino as, like, completely attached to Gremler. Because, like, at least in the early days when I was just getting into the scene, like, it seemed like he was always running Gremler. Basically for everything.
It was his signature for a while.
Yeah.
As far back as the first Bring the Heat big tournament, I think.
Yeah.
Like, he was running that already.
Yeah.
But
yeah, just been able to branch out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, we are getting into the first game here. It looks like Dino chose to bring their first team here, and same with Wacky Worms. So we're going to actually see 2 of the kind of well-known teams go up against each other. And unfortunately, Dino had to serve here, so we didn't get to see a heat wave immediately, which is normally what we like to see, or what Dino would like to see anyways. But I'm expecting we're going to see Dread get set up here. Actually, no Dread. Kind of an interesting choice, but that's one of the few times I've ever seen Wacky Worms voluntarily choose to not set up Dread, which is actually kind of interesting. But we do see this Hex come out from Mystic, trying to get some of that value of shutting down an opponent's Beastie. It's not going to be trapped in as long as they switch it out this turn. But And there's this is another thing we talked about a little bit before, but there's just so many like really cool micro synergies between this Mystic and everything else on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Because just it doesn't have redirection itself, but it really forces you to like keep track of where it is on the field, no matter whether it's wiped and just use hex or alive and bothering you. Like it's a very controlling beastie just by its presence.
Yeah, that and the fact it just completely walls a third of the attacking types, right?
Oh
All
yeah,
body
yeah.
attacks just don't do anything, even if it is wiped. So it's a really nice option for that. But yeah, we do see again. There must have been a reason why Wacky Worms chose not to set up Dread, but we do see that Quake is starting to do some damage to Dino's side. And stamina wise, it looks like Wacky Worms is actually getting the slightly better deal here. But it's still early in the game.
In comes Garud a lot earlier this time than last time we saw it.
Yeah. Yeah,
But,
that's actually kind of an interesting time to bring in Garud, because I don't think there's a way to guarantee a wipe here with Nettle, because usually that's when I see Garud come in, basically when it can guarantee getting crowing off. But it can only Nettle once because it got hit by the ball, and the dugout on the other side is immune to Nettle because it takes 20 less damage.
Yeah, that's a huge thing.
But it looks like I decided to just attack into it and get the first point over to Wacky Worms.
And Albrecht
side.
is on the field now, which is notable.
Yep. Yeah, Albrecht hitting the field is definitely notable. Oh, and actually bringing this Castley back in and all to be on very low health.
Because that's going to wipe after a single attack, isn't it?
Yeah, because I believe it is overwork, so it is going to become drained.
Yeah. But Dino is a big believer in having the control over self-draining, over letting them take the point, and I wonder if that's what he's doing here to try and get it back for later.
Yeah, that is definitely a big upside. If you can self-wipe or self-drain even, like
block no torch pass.
Oh yeah, the provoke stopping the torch pass is kind of a big deal there. But yeah, controlling when you drain yourself it gives you the opportunity to switch out without giving a point, and then eventually it'll come back. Obviously, if it's 8 turns, it is a long time, but it can still be played around. And it looks like we just have the spitball. So this, I really like this Lunaptra on this team, because it turns out it almost always has 30% bonus defense, just because of the self-wiping nature of Mystic. And obviously, in this case, we have a drained Castle Elite, so it's going to be up for a long time. And yeah, it can also just output some pretty good damage with Spike here.
I guess it is notable that Garud is up to full, though. Like, crowing is kind of an interesting trait, because there's a lot of times where you can't activate it yourself, but it does punish things like the torch pass that, like, it took a chunk when it came in, but now it's at full, and being trapped isn't as much of a big deal for it just yet.
Yeah.
So that may have been the reason to bring it in early.
Yeah, and now I'm really thinking about it. Like, the crowing Garud is a fantastic counter to Mystic using Hex, because you're just giving 50 stamina to Garud every time.
That's Wacky Worms always thinking about how to get his preferred board in play as soon as possible.
Yeah. Although, I think Dino switching in here might be indicating that Dino just wants to hex this Garud and not have to deal with it.
It is coming back in.
Oh, but here we see the Dreadful Mist come out. That's an interesting play, because now Skuldra's trapped in, right? I mean, it doesn't have any way to...
Down really low, yeah.
Out. Yeah.
If it blocks the freeze ray, it won't... Oh, but it could... Depends if it's moved.
Yeah, I was about to say, we have... there could be a move up from Albrax to guarantee the point.
Oh, but even if it does, it might just have to, because of the dread tick, it might just have to sack.
Yeah, so it looked like the damage numbers.
So there's the move up.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, this should
I
be
think it's just
guaranteed. Yeah. All right, so
Not even
Dino
got-
actually up in the score now, 2-1, but does have to free ball serve, so that's definitely going to give up the momentum. So let's see what Wacky Worms can do to come back here. Actually, that was funny. Switched out Garud before, but now just switches Garud back in. Oh, we
Because
actually...
it's no longer in the trap position, and
Yeah.
Deluja doesn't take the chip damage from this dread, so that's kind of clever.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess the other thing is, it's probably preferable to have your Deluja get hexed rather than your Garud. Because I do think
Yeah,
Garud
because
having
just
provoke,
around.
yeah, is pretty
Mhm.
important. Yeah, we see that provoke there from Garud shutting down that Mystic for at least a couple turns here. And I think there's going to be a provoke back probably. But I guess we'll have to
Load-bearing
see.
move. The most common play brought by all of the players to this time, I think, provoke.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're definitely going to talk about some of these stats later for sure. But similarly to the stats we saw from the latest Heat Wave number 3, the most common play brought amongst all players was provoke, which really just goes to show how both important it is to have disruption, but also just how universally good it is, right? Like any team can use provoke because you can use provoke as an offensive team, like an aggro team, to make sure your opponent can't like shield and stuff like that. But then also as control team, it's just as important to prevent, damage boosting from the opponent and stuff like that. And Dino just makes a kind of a bold play here to try to get this hex off and manages to succeed. But the problem is now Dino's going to have 2 wiped beasties on the field.
Well, yeah, that's... Both benches are looking healthier again, but double wiped is not something you will want.
Yeah, and I think Wacky Worms kind of anticipated who was going to get hexed and just immediately swaps
back,
out.
and Garud really likes it when he gets double drained.
Yeah, no kidding.
Back at almost full.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, like, Lunaptra being at the front, I think is kind of awkward too, because, like, I would almost want Albrax to be at the bottom, but the problem is Albrax is below half, so... Yeah, it looks like it's going to be switching into this dugout. So it doesn't take the point, but is going to have to free ball here. So it's a question of, does the dugout want to move backwards? Or just free ball and stay in the front? Okay, it looks like we are going to see some sort of movement. Okay, it is moved back. Yep, and there's the free ball. So Wacky Worms has a few turns here to basically just get some extra momentum and catch up on score potentially. And yeah, I do think this Garud is, potentially an issue. But again, this dugout here at least can't get nettled down.
Mm-hmm. It's doing decent chip on both the Albrax and the dugout with just attacking, but it's not going to kill this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we see Dread Mist actually get set up again. Which, Dugout is very good against indirect damage, but the rest of this team on Dino's side definitely will get whittled down.
Mm-hmm.
But it does look like we're going to have Grit available here. So there's at least going to be some decent damage coming out here. And again, the Dread does force the Skuldra forward. But I'm curious to see if we're going to see a block here. Yeah. So we do see that block anticipating that attack.
Because Garud seemed like more of a priority target with its own provoke, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I feel like Dino's kind of running out of stamina here.
It does look like that. It's a very Dread gaming moment. The amount of health he has right now.
Yeah, because Albrax in
But Castle is
danger.
healthy.
Yeah, so that's the good news. Is Castle is healthy. at the very least. And actually, I was surprised that that was the target for the Quake. Maybe, well, I guess it would have been enough with the Dread to drain
Oh,
the
that does a lot.
Albrax. Yeah, look at that front row grit. Yeah, and that low spirit defense is definitely hurting Garud there. But it looks like Dino chose to go for the Scaldra.
Is that the game? I don't think anything lives it in the front row.
Oh, I guess I didn't see Delusia. Oh, it doesn't matter. Wacky Worms chose the other switch in, and just like that, Dino does take game 1. Yeah, that I mean, I think that somewhat was a showcase of, you know, how a Dread team, you know, and especially with like Quake and other stuff, does struggle against a grit dugout for sure with Unflappable. But I also just think, you know, that was a pretty good job by Dino, you know, playing around all those, you know, indirect damage sources, making sure that, you know, as much as possible to try to not freeball too much. I mean, we still saw that one turn of, you know, getting double wiped on the field, but was able to, you know, sneak out of it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that a lot of these indirect like disruptions and damage sources, like provoke, they feel pretty free because often they are, but you are giving up a little bit of opportunity cost every time you use them, and Dino really knows how to play that against you if you can hold on long enough.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it looks like we're heading into game 2 here. It looks like both
So Wacky
teams
Worms
switched up.
didn't need to swap, yeah.
Yeah. So
It chose to bring Gremlin in.
yeah. So again, this is, you know, maybe a strategic choice to try to get a favorable matchup for one of your teams. But yeah, we're gonna have to see how this goes. So this is the Overwrite team, but it's pretty hard to hit Overwrite into Gremler. So at least if you don't have Raw Fury. So we do see that Override on the Clydarn, but it is going to get the bonus actions at least for the first turn. But I think the most important part is it is angry from that Spitball. So it's not going to be able to double boost or anything like that. But we are going to see... oh, interesting. We saw...
Yeah, Tornado Ball.
Yeah, so normally when we see a bunch of free actions, we just see Gremler click, you know, lay trap and provoke and a bunch of stuff. But actually purposely saw the Tornado Ball probably to disrupt the setup. So actually, do you this team that Dino is running has kind of a interesting setup with Clamor and Dramatic Exit.
Yeah, basically the infinite tough loop if you can get it going, which we saw against Knight.
Yeah, so do you want to explain that a little bit? Because, like, I saw some of it, but I'm sure, like, seeing it as a spectator was probably a little different than while I was trying to cast it.
Oh, well, it's one of the teams that Dino was saying before these matches that he was a little wary of practicing it too much in public because he thought it was so incredibly broken that he didn't want anyone peeking at how it worked. And the main thing that makes it work is the weird move Flight. Like, Flight is not a great attack because it can never get front row bonus, like you leave the field before the hit. But it has the unusual property that you can just bring anything in before the defense turn that you want. So if the load-bearing Masquerade was on the field and you just let him hit Flight, he can bring in Diablo whenever he wants and Dramatic Exit. But he didn't need to use any... He didn't need to waste any support actions beforehand on anything other than Dispel Introduce. And once it gets going, because Tough blocks secondary effects as well as just vastly reducing damage, it can be really hard to stop without something like Dread or Raw Fury to get through the Tough. And it's kind of interesting, I think, that Wacky Worms lost the previous match, so he didn't have to swap teams, but he chose not to use the Dread team again here. I don't know if that's because he thinks the control exerted by Gremlin on the field here is more useful for preventing that combo going off, the infinite loop, or he thought he was going to get the other team, because there was no guarantee. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely fascinated by this team. But we did see Dino there take the first point with a cut shot there. So that was kind of, I felt like that was almost threatening that kind of flight loop that we were talking about before. So was able to sneak in a front row attack there to score a point. So does have a small lead here.
Just the fact that you can see that loop coming can really affect what you choose to do against it. Like any other broken redirection combo, you have to be really wary.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, if we talk about ways to deal with it, I actually think this Clydarn from Wacky Worms is actually not a bad way, because it has Tornado Ball and I think also Cyclone. So it can kind of mess with the Beastie ordering on Dino's side to prevent that combo. So I do think there's some counterplay. And yeah, there we see the Cyclone
that's a good
coming
point.
out.
Yeah, the Cyclone is probably load bearing here. It doesn't have much disruption of its own, because that Armantis is running shield. It's really just Diablo, which can't prevent Cyclone. So
yeah,
maybe he's gaining on that.
Yeah, so
I think another couple of times there.
Yeah, that was another interesting thing that we saw before. Is this is actually one of the few teams that does not have provoke. It just has, or I think it does not. Wait, does the Armantis have provoke? I don't remember.
I think that's shield. Power
Okay.
forward shield.
Yeah. So I mean, it makes it so this spitball is pretty important to just keep hitting Clydarn with spitball to prevent it from, doing a whole bunch of boosts here. But again, that does mean this this Gremler has the opportunity to click, provoke, and lay trap a whole bunch of times.
Even with the slippery attack debuff, you can see Tool doing a pretty decent amount of damage when it gets rolling.
Yep. Yeah, just like that, managed to take a wipe back. Having to go through the traps and then get hit by a Tool in the front, definitely a lot of damage. So Wacky Worms able to take a point back, and we're tied 1-1.
Both benches are pretty healthy, but Wacky Worms is really healthy. You've got that welcoming Bungus there.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Dino's team, he's just switching all the time, but I feel like Wacky Worms hasn't had to do anything. He's just been sitting on the field this whole time, and there hasn't been a whole lot of options.
The tornado ball's doing a lot of work here. Dino's team wants to tag out a lot, but it wants to tag out on his terms, and I think the plan so far is just not letting him do that.
Yeah.
Just try and mess him up and chip away.
Yeah, because that's one of the downsides of this team from Dino is it does not actually have that much damage besides the Armantis. The Armantis, can definitely put out some good damage with being at the front and, having power forward and ricochet, but the rest of the team, it has kind of mid-power moves with not that much boosting capability, or any boosting capability, really.
Well, so Clydarn got overwritten again, so...
Yep, and there we see the power forward come in.
Yeah, the power forward with this all-support Masquerie, it's very all-in on the gimmick, but it's pretty scary when it manages it, because you don't need to block for that easy receive, and even if you get overwritten, you still get the easy receive, and that means 2 supports that aren't Dispel.
Yep.
It's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, and it's a really powerful tactic to make sure that your beastie in the back can't get hit, of having Skull Copy be the one that is oh, that's actually funny. Skull Copy gets dragged out here before it has the opportunity to actually manually switch in. But I don't think
but he can't avoid hitting it though because of stealthy.
Yeah.
So that stuff is gonna last long enough.
Yeah. it's just, I think it's funny because I don't think Dino can really use this defensive turn to do anything except maybe block to prevent like a single damage. Oh, looks like we might actually see a switch out here.
Yeah, because he can't avoid hitting Skullcarpia, I think the tag is actually free.
Yeah, I mean, the tag is free, but I guess anticipating the provoke, then Masquerade is not going to be useful. So, yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, I do see Dino's team is starting to get whittled down a little bit, but yeah, there we see the cut shot, and Wacky Worms deploying the clamor. Making sure it doesn't have to deal with any of the guesswork. But yeah, I mean, the drums is obviously, doing some healing, but like with all the traps that have been set, there's just been a lot of damage coming out.
Trap damage really adds up with a team this tag heavy.
Yeah. Oh, this is really interesting. Using dramatic exit to make sure that the wipe actually happens on Master.
Oh, interesting.
Instead,
yeah.
which I would not have expected. I'm trying to think because I'm trying to remember how low Masquerade was. I guess the whole team is kind of low.
It was pretty low. It was like sub 50.
Yeah. So. Well, and also
and the battle serve was useless.
Yeah, because there was the last turn of drum that was still up, so that was pretty useful. Now we're gonna see a cut shot again.
Sneaky sideways.
And now there's no clamor to, draw it to the back line, so there has to be a move up here. Otherwise, it's gonna be tied 2-2.
Yeah, Gremlin-centric teams like this are really struggle with strong sideways or any sideways.
So we actually saw, that's an interesting decision here. We saw the, giving up the point, which makes sense, but bringing in this 14 stamina Clydarn seems a little odd. Is this to try to bait a flight?
Flight over a twist. Huh.
Because so if Crabbere's going to come in, you really want to twist, right? And I think...
Yeah,
maybe that's what Dino's going to do, but no, I guess flight is the choice. Yeah, there comes the crab. So...
These players have such big brains.
Yeah, I was about to say. Okay, just a disclaimer. We're doing our best to explain what's happening on the screen right now. And, we know something about Beastieball, but these are some of the best players ever. So, like, they're going to make plays that we don't guess sometimes. Not because they're wrong, right? Or they made a mistake. It's because they're thinking about the game differently than we are. So, again, that's one of the reasons why it's so cool to watch this. You get to see what crazy stuff happens. Just like that, Wacky Worms does take the final point.
Crab takes it. Wow, I didn't expect it to be over like that.
Yeah. Well, so that was the danger of not using twist, right? Is you give Crabere an opportunity to come in and use dive, which unfortunately there wasn't enough stamina left on Dino's side to safely deal with that. So, and just like that, we're 1-1. So we'll get to see what teams are up next. So, okay, it looks like Wacky Worms is going back to that Dread team, but Dino actually choosing to use the last team, which is his own Gremler team. Getting to do some dig-zag action.
But how many digs is he going to get in Dread, I wonder?
Well, that's a good point. So maybe this is a really good play by Wacky Worms to choose the Dread team if he anticipated this. So I think actually that Cyclone is a little bit telling of trying to make sure this Scaldra does not get on the field, but it's going to be pretty hard to stop this Scaldra from clicking Dread. And actually, I just realized Quake, specifically things that give multiple Quake, like
it's Survive the Hyper Spike.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's steadfast. That's right. So you can't disrupt it in as many ways, but it doesn't have the overwhelming wipe potential off of a hyper spike.
Yeah,
As much as it's okay.
yeah, so Riplash there, you know, does use hyper spike. Oh, but we see the chant removing, so it can actually just use hyper spike again.
Too. I don't think
That is a
just
really
sack
cool
there?
play. But it looks like we just see the
no.
switch.
Oh. I guess getting the dread up is probably important.
Yeah, so again, I feel like with Dig on so many beasties on Dino's side, Dread is going to be pretty important for shutting that down. So I have to imagine we're going to see a Dreadful Mist. Yeah, it looks like Dino's just going to switch out. But the problem is Dino's team wants to volley a lot. And if you're volleying a lot, that means you're going to be doing maximum Quake damage to yourself all the time. So
yeah, that's right.
it's definitely going to be kind of difficult, I feel like, for Dino to maneuver around that. So I guess, so if you're Dino in this situation, like, what are you trying to play around? Is it just like trying to provoke and or wipe the Scaldra, or is there like anything else you're worried about?
Going for the Skuldra.
Well, and just like that, the Scaldra does go down, but Dread is still going to be up for a few more turns.
He also got that heat up trying to set up so that he can come back later.
Yeah.
It isn't such a big deal, maybe.
Yep, and the Scaldra was already pretty low. You know, it was like in 35 stamina range. So, you know, giving up an early point here for a heat up can be worth it in the long run. And the good news is, by the, you know, Scaldra is going to be back shortly after Dread runs out anyways. So it'll be able to come back and potentially just set up Dread again.
So both sides have Chant on the field now.
Yeah. That's actually really interesting matchup quirk. If you have Chant, then stuff like Heat Up becomes a little less powerful. Just because usually trading a support move like Chant for... Ooh, look at that. That was a great way of activating the trade on Hopra here. Getting the damage boost. And yeah, look how much damage the super commit is doing.
Damage.
They can one-shot.
There's a reason it's in jail next bash.
Yeah. Man, that it just gets so much damage when it gets the high spirits range. So, you know, being below 34 stamina gives such a gigantic boost. And yeah,
Nothing
tried to switch in the Hog and unfortunately just immediately wiped. Or actually, wait, no, the Hog was already in.
I think
Deluge
yeah, the
just
Hog
switched
was
out.
I think yeah, I think he decided to take the dugout because it will come back sweaty for grid, and nothing was really living there anyway. Like they might have lived it on a technicality, but not meaningfully.
Yeah, but
And stalling for the 2 turns meant that it drains itself. So
yeah, so I mean that's the good news, at least for Wacky Worms, is Dino is up 2-0, but this Hopra is drained now. And actually this Shloom is also still drained for a while. So I feel like this is an opportunity for Wacky Worms to really clamp down on this game.
yeah, it could be because Hopper is the only attacker on here who isn't using Dig to abuse the Gremlin. And Dread has a couple turns left. So they're going to be slightly muted until it comes back.
Yeah, so this is actually an interesting situation because I think... So Dread was still up, so Scaldra was not able to reset Dread yet. And actually, it looks like Scaldra just switches out. Yeah, so now there's no more Dread.
Oh, interesting. They're not refreshing Dread.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, if you leave Scaldra in there, it might just get wiped again, and then you lose the game.
Yeah, no, it was risky.
Yeah. Like, it was going to be a risk either way. But at least, again, this way, there's no Dread, and now Dino can...
Oh, we see the downside to Quake on a team like this again.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, now Dino cannot volley. Because Quake will do 25 damage, and then that Gremlin is going to be drained. So, it's going to be forced to double provoke Freeball. And yeah, this is the power of Quake against the volley team. That was actually interesting. So, I Banditcraft swapped out for Riplash, I think it was. But
Yeah, I think Riplash. Yeah, it was still at really fairly high health.
yeah, but the problem is like you have two beasties that are below 25 stamina.
The thing about Gremlin being low is that in some cases it's not as big a deal, but with Garud on the field, it will be a big deal. So I think
Well,
that's what he wants to avoid.
the thing is, I think it's even worse with Gremlar in the field because if Gremlar's the one with low stamina, your partner's always going to hit.
Oh,
Get
true,
hit.
because of the quake, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is just a really tough spot. The good news is Shloom comes back next turn. But the problem is like, this is how passive damage can just kind of run away with the game. Is you get the opponent's beasties to a point where they either are drained or they're so low they can't volley. And then, yeah, well, you're going to have this Garud is going to get some stamina back. But the point is, like, you can just keep attacking and keep getting the opponent low and keep doing, Quake and make it so they just have to perpetually freeball for the rest of the game. Now, I do think in this case there is a way out of it. But it's going to take a turn or two for Dino to get out of this. Well, the good news is there's no Quake on the field now, so as long as they survive this turn, which, yeah, looks like they do. So now they
Taking
can volley.
Whiplash out at 2 health is interesting, though, because it might find it hard to get back in.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, the Shloom might... Does the Shloom have Torch Pass? It might. In that case, it could use Torch Pass later to get the shark back.
Oh, it does have to pass, yeah.
Okay.
No, that's a good point.
So, like, it's not the end of the world. Normally, you're right, that's really bad.
Oh,
Just like that. Tried to actually block, thinking it would survive instead of switching into Lugia, but it was not enough. So Dino actually takes game 3 there. Now at match point. Turns out, even against a team that I felt like kind of countered Dino's strategy, is still able to come out with the win. So it's
just
on
those reads.
Yeah. On to Dino's last team here. Which we did see once before. Actually
Yeah, he
lost
didn't
game
win
2.
with the tough loop.
Yeah.
So. And Wacky Worms still using his nice signature team.
Yeah. But again, I was wrong last game, but I'm gonna say it again. I feel like this is a good matchup for Wacky Worms. Dread shutting down the loop with the tough and the noisy. I feel like it's a pretty good thing to have. But that being said, I do feel like Drum is going to help a lot against this passive damage.
Dispel
and also
is also going to help because it's going to bypass Quake a lot of the time and the easy receive from Armantis who gets it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Armantis won't get the jazzed, but it will get the easy receive, which against Quake is pretty important. Both players actually playing pretty fast now, and actually feels comfortable to move up this this Diablosaurus just because you're expecting your partner Beastie to get hit. So actually choosing to stack up, which usually signals a swap to Diablosaurus, or not Diablosaurus into Skullcopy here.
Skullcopy is so powerful for this sort of tag-heavy strat because it's also not doing redirection itself, but it can cover so many situations like this column stack.
Yeah.
Safer than anything else can.
Yeah.
Gora's looking in a pretty bad space. That's gonna die to Dread next turn.
Yeah. I wonder if you try to let Scaldra get drained here, just to make sure it takes longer for it to come back. But I guess it looks like it's just going to be the cut shot, which Scaldra switches out anyways, so it turns out to be the right play.
Oh, the Dread ran out as well.
Yep.
As we said at the start.
Which, actually, this is a pretty good time for it to run out because Mascurry is going to lose the Angry for the next offensive turn. So it's going to be ready to set up that introduce.
You can see the Skorkapi blocking and moving on the same turn, which is one of its big draws.
Yeah, but it actually looks like the choice was to go for Drum instead, actually valuing that healing over time instead of going for the tough combo.
Drum does a lot to sort of fend off passive damage as well. It really adds up over time because that Mascari is also Rumpus, and Rumpus got buffed in the previous patch to heal at the same time as Drum. So its Drum is basically double value, like 12 per full turn cycle.
Yeah.
Really adds up.
It's kind of crazy. Like if you do the math, clicking drum once is like 72 healing or something.
Yeah.
Like
huge.
it's a lot of value out of one move. The only downside is it happens over time, right? But this is the kind of matchup where it happening over time is totally fine. Oh, so actually switching in Armantis here. But unfortunately it's stuck in the back here, so it's not going to be able to ricochet. Oh, so actually just moves forward. And
interesting.
So if cut shot happens, the Skullcappy's not going to move, but it looks like it might be twist instead, which I kind of like. Because I do feel like it needs to prevent some damage coming in here. Alright. So, unfortunately, is probably going to have to swap out here. I guess it's at 26 stamina, so it technically doesn't have to switch out.
Yeah, the drum made the difference. It's over Quake kill range now.
But I think it's going to switch out anyways.
Yeah.
This is definitely... Actually, having the Fru folks here switching in to give some just passive healing from switching is pretty valuable in this matchup, too.
It does add up on top of all the other healing.
You know, I'm starting to think this might be a long game. Because we've been going for a little while now, and this is still 0-0. It's just both teams don't have like a ton of damage, especially because the damage that Wacky Worms would be outputting is mostly being offset by all this healing. But this was a pretty nice stack up by Dino. This might be a chance to do some real damage. It's going to be able to do this ricochet here. And yeah, this is technically enough to wipe either beastie, but there could technically be a block here.
It's safer to do the skip freak here because even if they block, it's not living that.
Yep.
And there it goes.
Yep, and it looks like that is the choice. Oh, actually switching in Scaldra. Interesting choice. Oh, maybe hoping that Scaldra would be the one hit and therefore wiped so it could come back later. But unfortunately, this kind of means Dino's going to get a second point. Almost certainly, yeah. So just like that, as soon as I say it, it's commentator's curse thing. As soon as I say this might be a long game, Dino just goes and scores 2 points immediately. So, yeah, that Armantis kind of showing that, yet again, that it's really the way that Dino does a bunch of damage on this team. But the good news is it's about to be drained. It is sweaty and at 20 stamina there, so even if it doesn't get knocked out this turn, it is going to get drained at the next turn.
Oh, there's the... Oh no, it's still going to die to sweaty, but...
Yeah, so Fru folks coming in here, giving some stamina back to our Mantis, but unfortunately it's not going to prevent the drained next turn. Looks like... I think that was a Scream, right? Yeah, doing some decent damage out in the front row here, but it's a little vulnerable. Yeah, because this is a grit dugout. Yeah, all of a sudden this Fru Folks is in danger itself. I mean, the good news is you can switch out the Armantis in the back relatively safely to whatever you want, but yeah, you basically have to give up this Fru Folks. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. Yeah, it looks like the Masquery is the choice. Yep, and there's the grit. So, Wacky Worms takes a point back. Now it's only 2-1.
Gets the chance to apply some Quake to the Masquerade.
Well, we do have Dispel, thankfully, to deal with
Oh
that.
yeah.
And we do have the drum. I will say I'm slightly worried about Dino here though. Because Dino has Diablo Ceres is looking pretty healthy, but Masquery is like middle kind of stamina, and the Skull Copy in the back is very weak and sweaty, I think.
Yeah, Wacky Worms' bench is looking a lot better than his right now.
Yeah. It's really a matter of can Dino last until that Fruit Folks comes back. And so I think that's going to be like 2 offensive turns. So we'll see. Oh, that is
The
another
counter is such
heat
an
up.
interesting play on the Diablo. It very rarely actually
Yeah.
attacks, but because of the Dexit and the baiting done on the rest of the team, he's counting on it doing that little bit more damage to actually threaten things.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen counter on Diablo Ceres ever.
No, me neither.
But it is it can do reasonable damage if it you do get hit.
Yeah, counter is high base power enough that even on Diablo Ceres it's gonna be worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah. So I think
He's trying
Spitball.
to get his loop going.
I think Spitball. Oh, actually, yeah, Spitball has to be the play. The problem is if Scaldra comes in here, yeah, you want to make sure it can't set up Dread because Dread would stop your dramatic exit here from giving Noisy to the Skull Copy. And I think Dino really needs this to work because Dino, again, it has been taking a lot of damage slowly over time. So this will help prevent it. And also the Tough does prevent Quake in addition to the actual attack damage, which is also kind of nice. Although I guess in this case it wouldn't have mattered because we have Dispel. But yeah, I think Dino kind of avoided a potentially tough spot here. And yeah, it looks like it might be flight into... Oh, it's not going to be flight into Diablo Ceres. Interesting. That's a really interesting play. Because the problem is you can't really switch out Skull Copy here. Interesting. Okay. So we do see the nettle wipe on the Masquery there. So that Masquery is going to be out of commission for 8 turns.
That's pretty big considering it's kind of holding up the gimmick of half of this team.
Yeah, I'm still kind of worried for Dino here. Yeah, because just like that, I feel like the sweaty damage is just slowly starting to be more damage than Dino can deal with. It's just that little bit of extra passive
heat
damage.
up early on because it works. If the match goes on long enough, it really creeps up on you.
Yeah, I mean that's the power of sweaty is it helps you it helps do passive damage because one click you can do all their stamina. You just gotta wait long enough. But the thing is, like, even if they drain and you don't score a point, even when they recover, they're going to be sweaty again. So the cycle just continues. So it's kind of crazy. But
yeah, this team, it's all in on it's noisy. It doesn't have room for chant, or it does have torch pass, but that's only one at a time.
Yep. Yeah, so I do think Dino is up 2-1. And, in at least I was going to say an okay spot, but...
He does just need to get a point, but it's getting that point. Securing it seems a bit hard.
I feel like this is a critical turn. Like, if Dino gets this guess correct, because our Mantis is the big damage dealer. So if this guess is correct here, I feel like Dino could just take the point, but the problem is if Dino can't find this last point, I feel like Wacky Worms will just slowly win the game here. Yep, and then we do see Boom, and yeah, it was not... Dino did not guess correctly about that switch, so... Unfortunately,
The
yeah.
Delusion has to go.
Yeah, so we do see the volley. Oh, we see double volley. And it looks like it's just going to be Scream again. I assume this is just because it does more damage than you know, a non-hitted Ricochet. But yeah, this is a
Yeah,
really
non-hidden
tough
Ricochet is only
spot.
80.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, like, again, Dino still has to wait 3 turns for Masquerade to come back. And there's just not enough stamina left.
Mantis has taken a lot of chip.
Oh man, a last minute decision going for shield,
Oh,
but
the provoke!
goes, yeah,
Match point, I think.
yeah, it's tied 2-2 now. So this is game point.
One more turn and the Masquerade comes back.
Yep. And actually, you know what? I don't hate that shield play because shield would have blocked Quake, and also because, you know, it lasts an extra turn, you're not worried about getting hit on serve. And so even if that True Folks gets wiped, then, you know, you can survive to switch in a serve with Skull Copy. And yeah, it should be just enough to let this Masquerade come back. Okay, you know, Dino, I would say Dino dodged a bullet, but Dino also still has to correctly guess this turn also, because now all of a sudden you have this the switch in to the dugout with Grit while it's sweaty. Grit's gonna output a lot of damage. In fact, it can move up before using Grit, so it's gonna do more damage than you see in the preview. So yeah, Dino has to guess correctly. Let's see what it's gonna be. Actually, chose to go for Dread instead, which I don't hate. But yeah, okay. Dino does guess correctly. Switches in the correct beastie to not immediately lose.
He's never lost a 50-50 except when he has.
There you go. Yeah, so shield is going to get prevented, but at least there's going to be a drum here. It's going to be a ricochet, and this Scaldra is pretty low, so it's probably has to switch out. But man, Garud is going to have a field day if it switches in, and yeah, it's exactly what we see. Oh, I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, crying is
yeah,
really nasty when it gets rolling.
yeah, and you know, I was
And
sorry. Go ahead.
no, it's like it has an option to shield either, so that takes away the other half of this Mantis being here.
Yeah.
Like I think it's effectively off the field now.
Yeah, and Dino's forced into another 50-50 because there could be a double nettle free ball, which wouldn't score a point, but it would drain the Masquerade, and then Dino wouldn't be able to do anything. But yeah, I guess Dino hit into the other slot just because I guess Garud was going to be able to get a crowing boost regardless. Oh, actually, but that's not enough, right? Yeah. So Dino switched in Fruit Folks, you know, trying to get the extra heal, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to save versus the Dread Tick. So, you know,
Be a free ball.
yeah, there wasn't a point scored, so that's the good news. But the bad news is, yeah, it has to free ball. Wow. And free balling into the dugout, again, just allows for double nettle yet again. And plus grit. And double nettle plus grit is enough to take out either slot. So I feel like Wacky Worms is going to take game 4. And I feel like we're going to be going to a game 5 here.
This is what you get when you put 2 control players against each other.
Yep. I mean, did we expect anything less? Really? Oh.
That fruit is now drained.
Okay. Yep. There we go.
The drain train doesn't stop.
Yeah, drain train does not stop. Stops for no one. And yeah, now Dino's bench is... The other 2 beasties are too low. They're not going to be able to switch in. And this is the kind of slow, methodical, play that Wacky Worms is so good at, just slowly whittling you down with all these different sources of damage. And yeah, Garud really just comes in clutch at the end, huh? Just, it's impossible to kill it because of all the, healing it gets, but also the nettle is just hard to deal with. And yeah, right, like that.
Oh wow!
Wacky Worms takes game 4, and we are going to a game 5.
So we know what teams they have to bring this time. Dino has to stay on this team.
Yeah.
The looping noisy team, and Wacky Worms has to bring. Which one was it?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen this team yet, have we?
No, he hadn't brought this one yet.
Yeah, so funnily enough, final game of winners finals in the Conquest Clash 2 has 2 Diablo Ceres going against each other.
No traits allowed.
Yeah, no traits allowed. Oh, this actually could be really funny. But I'm curious to hear, like, we saw this kind of nasty twist. I almost just called it a twist team, but we just saw so much twist in the last matchup. But like, what do you think about this matchup between two teams? I mean, we just saw this team from Dino, but this Wacky Worms team has a lot of interesting options too.
It does. There's some like less commonly used beastie, like the Debugly is the obvious one, because Twisters has very narrow distribution. Being able to spam it for actual damage is pretty powerful. But the thing about Dino's team is that our Mantis is not gonna like it, but the rest of the team kind of doesn't care because the direct damage is not coming from them. So I wonder if Wacky Worms left it till last because he thought it would be a worse matchup. On the other hand, it does have boosts, and that's the Dino team kind of doesn't. It's kind of relying on them just hanging in there.
Yeah. Yeah, and we saw there that Wacky Worms was actually able to take the first point because Dino tried to stack up. Dino kind of made a call out, I assume, saying that, oh, I think you're going to spitball my Masquerade, and chose to stack up, but Wacky Worms just wanted the sweaty. And ends up getting sweaty on both beasties, so I think taking that early point is a big deal. Getting sweaty in before
drum goes up is really, yeah. Getting sweaty in before drum goes up is really impactful.
Yeah, that's definitely a big deal. Because drum can prevent the first stack of sweaty, but it doesn't remove sweaty once you have it, and there's no chance.
Yeah, exactly.
So, unfortunately, Dino is gonna just kind of be stuck with that. And the worst thing is like this Masquerade is, kind of the engine behind this team, so it's on a timer now that it has sweaty. So we saw that there was no cut shot there, but looks like instead opting to go into Diablo Ceres to do this dramatic exit, which I think makes sense. So we're gonna see Tough is gonna stop everything from affecting it, and so it is gonna get the Jazz bonus here.
And so drum goes up to stop more of the sweaty.
Yep. So yeah, let's see if Dino can actually get some momentum here, starting to do some big damage with our Mantis. The good news about Diablo going up against a Diablo Ceres is like Dino's beasties are switching in and out so often that it almost doesn't matter. It really, unless Diablo on the other side is attacking them every turn, eventually they are just going to get their traits back. It's not the sort of team that's just going to sit on the field the whole game. All right, we see another steamer, just to stack even more sweaty on this Armantis, and it's gonna lose a lot of stamina real quick.
I think he read the Skullcarpy tag in and saw that there was no way to not hit the Armantis and just decided to do the thing that will eventually take it off the board more than angering, which kind of does nothing to it.
Yeah. And so Wacky Worms continuing the mantra of I will heat up no matter what, and gives up Diablo Ceres to make sure that Skull Copy gets sweaty. So yeah, this Armantis is immediately going to be in threat, but it does have shield, so it could stick around one more turn if it wants, which it probably will. But after that, it is going to be drained, if that is the play.
At this point, I think it kind of loses nothing from going for the self-drained.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, shield also, deals with twist if that's the option.
Yeah. Oh, and Skull Happy lost its tray, which is kind of big if it stays on the field.
Oh, that's a good point. I
Which
didn't
it
even
probably
notice
won't.
that. Yep, and there we see the drained from all those sweaty stacks. And again, actually, we see the Beetleback switched in, so we could actually see some pretty big damage start to come in here. Because I believe this is a captain. It definitely has tactical pass.
This one is captain, yeah.
Yeah. So, and it did not get overwritten, so we could see a lot of damage come out here. We're just gonna have to see. Ooh. We actually see a last-minute decision to give up this point. Probably just afraid that whatever switched in was just gonna take way too much damage. So this way, it does give up a point. So Wacky Worms is up 2-1. But again, it lets the momentum potentially go back in Dino's favor, because this serve is going to be a lot weaker than what we would have seen from a front row boosted tool. So it looks like this Diablo Ceres is going to move up and use Spitball, which I think is a good play. You can get rid of the captain here, make sure there's no tactical pass or clear field or any of that nonsense. But yeah, we see opting to go for the Nettle and then Steamer. So that Skull Copy in the back is also drained now. You're going to have to wait a long time for it to come back.
The Masquerade is back, though.
Yeah, the Masquerade is back, so that's the good news. But again, it has that stack of Sweaty that's never going to go away. It can set up Drum again, but it can't get rid of that existing Sweaty. Yeah, I do feel like Dino's going to have to get something going, but until the Armantis comes back, I don't think it's going to be easy to score points here. And honestly, like, the Wacky Worms does have some healing to offset the minimal damage Dino is doing, which is going to make it even harder. But we actually see Rocket come out.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, it actually, using the Rocket overriding the trait, so Rumpus doesn't trigger there.
Oh, because it got over. That's true. So
Yeah.
less healing.
Yeah. Maybe just a minor thing. Thought it was more valuable than trying to set
Torch
more
Pass comes
Sweaty.
out.
Yep, Torch Pass to get this Debugly back. But again, the good news for Dino, there's no boost coming in. It's just going to be raw damage. But you can see the preview for Tool, 78 damage to the front here.
The Berkeley kind of has ridiculous stats. It's really only its attack pool that keeps it from being complained about like the mind attackers are right now.
Well, imagine it had Precise. Just
Terrible.
like, the thing is, it has a defensive trait. That's the thing, right? So even though it has super high mind offense, it has a defensive trait, and also a defensive trait that kind of encourages you to play slow with it, because it only triggers after you get hit. So you need to get hit multiple times to make use out of it.
Oh, we see pretty respectable damage from that Diablo counter again because base power does so much in this game.
Oh, I actually tried to stack up. Trying to...
I think maybe tried to avoid that damage because it was going to do a huge chunk, because Debugly is also Spirit Weak.
Maybe, yeah. That's a good point. I wasn't sure if it was trying to prevent Debugly damage or trying to preserve
this.
Beetleback is in trouble though.
Yeah, but Beetleback is gonna have to switch out anyways, even just to this serve. So yeah, I think you're right. That must have been just to avoid damage on Debugly, but just like that, we are tied 2-2. So this is last game, last point.
I'm not sure who's ahead at this point.
Yeah,
I actually don't know.
this is really back and forth. Dino does have 2 wiped beasties on the bench. Oh, and he's gonna have to free ball this turn. Got stuck, unfortunately, with see, this is the power of twist. Unfortunately, he's just gonna have to free ball back. When you only have 1 attacker on the field, if it gets twisted, then you're just gonna be forced to free ball. The good news is there's lots of good options for support moves to get some advantage out of that free ball. So our Mantis is going to come back in. And the thing is, because it is tough from introduce, we don't have to worry about that twist again. And again, Tool, very strong, but Tool would have to attack the other slot. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I wonder if he thought something would come in the other slot.
It maybe, but also might have just thought, well, if our Mantis is tough, there's no point in hitting it.
Yeah.
Might as well just hit the other slot. So yeah, here we go. We're gonna start seeing some, reasonably good damage come out of this Armantis. Again, this is probably the best shot for Dino to get another point here. There's still 2 turns before that Ziphosaur comes back for another Torch Pass. And Diablosaurus is the only other healthy BC on Wacky Worms' side. So we'll have to see what happens here. I'm sure Wacky Worms would love to overwrite this Armantis again, but I don't know if that's reasonable. Actually just goes for the block. Gonna be able to do double clear field now, which is a nice healing boost. Healing all of your BCs by 20 is definitely not nothing. So and Dino actually forced to swap out here due to the sweaty. And we see Twist come in on the other slot again.
Just really wants to avoid activating that ricochet because it does so much.
Yeah, I think definitely respecting. Oh no, Dino double volleying by accident and now has to free ball. But yeah, definitely.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, that is rough. Wacky Worms is definitely respecting this damage that Armantis can bring out here. Actually goes for the block from Armantis, but Armantis not attacking this turn. But honestly, even with that turn, like, I still think Dino is doing fine here. Still has access to shield. Shield can't be stopped. Actually can even stack up here, and it's totally safe to go for it. But Twist does prevent an actual attack coming out. So that's the downside.
So now Skullclappy can't cut shot either, so it's flight or twist.
Yeah.
Probably,
looks
probably
like
go for the double to stop its nonsense.
Oh, this is really funny to me. Just both teams have twist, and they're just gonna start twisting each other to make sure they can't do damage. Oh, but we see Shield come out and actually anticipating the twist. Oh, this is potentially a big deal. Okay, we do see a twist again. Actually swapping out instead of going for shield. But I guess that makes sense because we do have Torch Pass. So there is value to keeping that Armantis alive. Man, this is such an interesting match. Like,
yeah, Torch Pass on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, forced to free ball again. Unfortunate. But again, I think the real thing is gonna want to do Torch Pass into Armantis here to again get a second shot at doing big damage. But
the boosts are back on the field for Wacky Worms.
Yeah, the Beetleback all of a sudden is going to make this a very urgent issue. Oh, what is it going to be? Is this twist enough? Oh, okay, it's just Tool. Is it going to survive? It is. It does 90 damage, but it does survive. So this is a full power ricochet. But there's still shield on Debugly, so it's not...
Yeah, it has shield back.
Yep.
It won't kill through a block either.
Yep. So this is a kind of a tough situation. In fact, this might be game. The problem is there's nothing...
The clear fields earlier I really added up as well. Like
Yeah.
Wacky Worms' entire bunch is back.
Yeah, it definitely added up here, and the problem is because Dino can't score this turn, Skullcopy is going to be drained, and then our Mantis is going to be at 10 stamina. There's basically a no-win situation, and the thing is, like, it maybe
Diablo can't even tag in.
yeah, that's the problem is with all these boosts, right? Like, it might be okay if there were no boosts on Debugly, but yeah. And there you go. Wacky Worms takes the last one on game 5 and wins the winners finals of Conquest Clash 2. Man, what a set.
Thank you to both players. Those are insane.
Yeah, I mean, we had some really good sets so far this tournament, but that was a real nail biter. I almost clicked the wrong name.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've had a single one that didn't go to through like 2-3 or.
Yeah.
I don't think we've had any curb stops.
Yeah. Well, certainly we have not had any 3-0s for sure.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah.
But like even the individual games, like a lot of them have been really close and gone 2-2 and could have gone either way. So like, man, what? This has been great so far. So, man, I'm still trying to recover from that. Like, Wacky Worm did a really good job piloting around this team from Dino, because like this team from Dino has some really nasty tricks with the this introduce noisy nonsense, and even with the Armantis and stuff like that. But even like it was the little things like making sure you're not activating Armantis unnecessarily, and trying to minimize the damage Dino's team was doing, and like you mentioned, just using that clear field and like being able to outlast Dino's team. It was really, really well played. So huge congrats to Wacky Worms. So looking at our bracket here, Wacky Worms is in grand finals, and then we have Dino getting knocked down to losers round 2, and then we have Knight and Frosty waiting in losers round 1. So we are wrapping it up for today. This is a 2-day event. We're going to be coming back tomorrow, 5 p.m. EDT, and we will be starting with losers round 1, and we will just be going up through the losers bracket, and we'll get to see who gets to face off against Wacky Worms in grand finals. Do you have any closing thoughts? I mean, this was an awesome day.
Yeah, these were crazy games. I'm really glad we got to see them and get up close and personal with the commentary.
Yep.
It's a lot of Beastieball for one day, but tomorrow is going to be lit as well.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. These are best of 5, so these take a little longer. But yeah, thank you so much, Scarm, for joining me. It's having a blast with having you on commentary, and you'll be back tomorrow for losers round 1. And then we're gonna have Mega Nero tentatively coming back tomorrow to cast losers finals and the grand finals. So look forward to that. And
yeah, you don't want to miss that.
Yeah, it's always a blast casting with Nero. So yeah, any closing thoughts?
It's just such an honor to be in a community with such skilled players. It really blows you away just to see them in real time.
Yeah, it is awesome.
Beastieball, it's a good game. That's my closing.
Beastieball is a good game, as it turns out. Like, it just does have a lot of depth that we get to see more and more every day. So, anyways, thank you everybody for joining us here for day 1. Again, stick around, come back tomorrow for day 2, see some more awesome Beastieball content, and have a good night, everybody.
Night.